then, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome back to Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. We're getting to the juicy stuff, I think. Maybe. Anyways, we're getting to Dathomir. I hope I actually spelled that correctly in the title, because I'm fairly sure I did. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, we're on Dathomir. I think the game's getting to... Well, I don't think we're getting close to the end yet, but... Well, somewhat, maybe. We definitely did some important stuff last time around, which is that we went back to Kashyyyk to look for a specific artifact and or key to the vault on Bogano. And in order to do that, we went up the huge tree of life on Kashyyyk, the Wookiee planet, because apparently, I mean, we heard from Captain Tarful that there seemed to be some sort of Zepho artifact on top of the tree, which apparently was a Zepho or some sort of Zepho site or religious site or somewhere they also held their rituals, but it was also apparently something that the Wookiees visited or made part of their or some of their rituals, where apparently it was something like a trial, right, that Wookiee warriors were meant to go through that also required them to climb the entire tree and end up at the top, where we found a Zepho statue as well. So that was basically what we were doing last time. Through that journey, we actually made a new friend, a giant bird dinosaur thing on top of the tree. Looked very beautiful, very nice scenes that we had with it. Has this like translucent feathers, which I thought was really, really cool. And it helped us with the Ninth Sister, because we were shot at by the ship of the Ninth Sister, and that giant bird took the ship down. Now, somehow she got another ship, or I don't know, maybe the first one wasn't entirely destroyed and I didn't catch that. Something like that. At least we ended in a fight with the Ninth Sister and ultimately took her down. Or at least we took her arm and then pushed her off the tree. So we can't be 100% sure that she's dead. In theory, in Star Wars logic, she shouldn't be, I think. I mean, if she is a Force user, right, dark side of the Force, whatever, pushing her off a tree technically shouldn't kill her. We weakened her first. As I said, we cut off her arm. So maybe she's dead, maybe she's not. Can't be 100% sure on that. The problem with all of those scenes, as cool as they are in theory, was that the game once again sort of presented itself as being only half finished, right? I mean, as cool as it is to climb up the tree, you can definitely see that the level had been very hastily sort of put together, right? There was a lot of like instances of missing textures, things that just didn't work that well. The background in general wasn't as detailed as parts of the rest of the game are as well, which makes me think that that particular level might have been sort of one of the last ones that they worked on. At least that's what it felt like, right? There was a clear sort of quality difference between that level and others in this game. And yeah, overall, it also just highlighted a bunch of the issues as well. So, for example, when the ship was chasing us, you could literally just stop and nothing was happening, right? All the like the music, the game, everything sort of pushed you towards running away, but if you just literally stopped at some point during the level, absolutely nothing happened, right? Which obviously is not very immersive. And yeah, it's really, I'm still struggling with the fact that this game just seems to be, that it wasn't given proper care during development. And honestly, one thing that I actually thought about later on, I don't even know why it was specifically. Maybe because I started Divinity yesterday and like that got a whole enhanced edition. I just think that it's kind of crazy that they never went back and tried to finish a couple of these things of this game, right? Because um, it's one thing to release the game in the state, but especially nowadays, I just don't get why they didn't put a couple of people on patches for this game. Because I'm pretty sure that when it released, I read a whole thing about EA being surprised how well their single player game was selling. Like, I'm pretty this game, well, it certainly also received some mixed reviews, right? And rightfully so. There are just too many bugs and weird things with this game that where I would say, like, even if you're a big Star Wars fan, you definitely shouldn't have bought this like on release or at full price, right? I mean, I bought it for like $15 or something, right, when it was on sale, and already was permanently had a permanent price drop, I think, something like that. I don't think it's full price anymore, right? But it's also on sale like every second month, so you you'd be it's actually more difficult to pay full price for this game now than it is to catch it on sale, I think. But um, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the game did receive you know fairly good attention when it launched. So especially now with knowing that apparently they are working on a sequel, I'm just really surprised that they didn't go back and at least fix some of the issues. I mean, obviously, I understand that they're not going back and like put more detail into a level or something, right? That's not what I'm expecting, but at least fix some of the bugs because it really seems like some of the bugs only exist because they didn't test this game at all because they didn't have time to do so before the release. So I'm just really, I mean, that must be something about like EA management or something, right? I can't, because I don't think that the studio would, you know, on purpose leave this game in this unfinished state. I think that must have probably been a directive by EA that they said, no, we don't allow you to do patches for this game or something. It must have been something like that because otherwise yeah, otherwise it would be very, very hard to explain why some of these issues are still present to this day. Um, which is kind of a shame because, I mean, that's your tip. Like, that's something where you can see if a company is completely mismanaged, right? I mean, we all know that Electronic Arts is mismanaged, like, big time, right? We all know that. But, like, this is dumb. This is just straight up dumb, right? This is business 101, basically, that they're doing wrong here, which is that if they're currently working on a sequel, this game doesn't sell you on it. It just doesn't, right? If you see this game and see the unfinished state of this, you'd have to be an absolute fucking moron to buy the second game on release or at full price, right? There is no way in hell that somebody can play this game and say, "Oh, yeah, sure, I'm gonna buy the second part right when it launches," right? Like, again, you'd have to be an absolute moron to do that. Um, And so, like, I don't know what they're expecting here, right? If you're developing a sequel to this, go back to the first game and fix it. I mean, again, and to be honest, like the issues, the biggest issues that this game has, the biggest bugs and whatnot, I think could be fixed quite easily. I mean, they honestly do seem like stuff that just wasn't caught at all because of a lack of testing. They're not something that wasn't fixed, right? Because usually finding the bugs isn't the issue, fixing them is, right? So even simple things, or things that seem simple on the surface, can be quite difficult to fix and take quite a while to find out what's wrong. But with this game, it honestly seems that a lot of the stuff that isn't fixed just wasn't found, right? Which doesn't mean that if they were to go back to this game and try to fix it, that they could fix everything, right? And they don't need to, honestly, but fix some of the really, really apparent stuff, right? And I don't think that will be too difficult. Especially because you don't even have to fix most of the stuff. You just have to, move a couple of level elements here and there, right? I mean, it's not really, you don't even have to fix the bugs necessarily so much as that you'd have to just avoid the bugs being seen, I guess, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let's go into the game. This time around, it says 48%, which means that for some reason last time I apparently only did 3% of the game. I still have absolutely no fucking clue what this percentage here references. I don't think it's your story progress necessarily, because that wouldn't really make any sense. It might be the amount of chests and stuff that you find throughout the levels, like your actual exploration progress or something, because I felt like last time I really didn't find that much, which is also probably because of the level structure. Like I felt more like a linear experience in that regard, right? It was clearly more of a story point rather than exploration, which I appreciated a lot. I still think that, I mean, well, very clearly they had bigger plans when they started developing this game, and it just ended up being this sort of half-finished thing. But they probably should have started without exploration aspects at all, make it a linear game, and then slowly work outwards from that if they still had time, right? Rather than, I think they kind of set out to make a game that is somewhat similar to Dark Souls in its level structure, right? Where Dark Souls also is kind of well, I wouldn't necessarily say a linear game. There's certainly, branching paths in Dark Souls, or in general, I should say, in FromSoft's games, but in a way, they're still very linear compared to something like even Elden Ring, I would say overall is a somewhat linear game compared to, let's say, Skyrim, for example, right? But those are big open world RPGs, and this is, should have been a strictly linear thing from this perspective, right? But I get that they were setting out to do something a bit more than what they ultimately ended up with. Anyway, at least I spelled Dathomir right. Let's check this planet out. This is the first time we're on this planet. It very clearly is a planet that is connected to the dark side, which is kind of funny that it's always, these dark side planets are always looking, they typically have some form of red color, like dark things in there, right? Which, it makes sense to a certain degree, but it's also interesting that that's always the way it works. But yeah, let's check it out. Let's see what we have here.
Are you still hiding?
Appears so. I don't blame him. Dathomir is not kind to outsiders.
Cordova must have said something about this place to you. Something to explain why he came here.
You think he was any more clear then than he is on those logs he left behind? He was always a smart man, but he was still figuring things out. Now it's up to us to follow that path.
Yeah. I mean, you know, in terms of character, what's the word? In terms of, oh, that's floating piece of level. Man, what's the word that I'm looking for? You know, a character that is, you know, very cryptic, but not on purpose, but rather because they're kind of a mess inside their brain, right? I mean, researchers and stuff like that, archaeologists, I don't know. There is a certain stigma maybe about them being, well, kind of in their own little world, right? And I get that Cordova was a person like that. I just, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of characters like that in entertainment typically because, you know, it makes for such an easy out of why we don't know certain things, where instead I would have liked it to be, oh yeah, Cordova actually taught me about this, and, you know, we talked at length about the things that he discovered, but for this reason or that reason, we don't know why this or that was a certain way, or we couldn't figure out the connection between these two things or something, right? Just make it a bit more detailed. At least that's my personal sort of opinion about this, right? Make it a bit more detailed. Make the player part of the whole, because now I'm sort of taken out of it, right? Cordova and her both are basically saying, well, we're not really telling you anything because we ourselves don't really know. Okay, fair enough. But that also means that I can't really be part of the process as the player, right? I'm just here along for the ride, basically, and as soon as I figure stuff out, they figure stuff out, right? And again, it's not that it doesn't make sense or anything, but it's the less fun way to do this, I feel like, or the less fun way to tell a story like this, where instead, if they would have, you know, at least certain details already laid out, or, you know, they already found out a couple of things about this history, then I could be part of our little team basically trying to figure this out, right? I get that's not necessarily what people want out of this, right? But I always feel like, you know, in this scenario, a person who doesn't want to engage with that can just decide, okay, I'm not going to engage with that side. I'm just along for the ride, and I'm going to figure stuff out when they figure stuff out, right? But for somebody who wants to engage with that, who wants to speculate about it themselves, they can, right? And they can insert themselves into this trio, in this case, of figuring stuff out. But if you decide to make the story like they do here, then, you know, the player who's just along for the ride can do that, but the other players who want to figure stuff out themselves can't, right? So I always think it's better to present options rather than, you know, only taking a sort of linear path. Then again, obviously, you know, doing it the way I would want it to be done takes more time, takes better writing and everything. So yeah. Anyways, point being, I wish that the story would be a little bit more.
Standing there.
Would present a couple more options to actually sort of speculate about it.
Count on him being friendly.
It must have already seen us, right? I mean, I expect to fight it now. Oh, by the way, I probably want to go back to the single-bladed lightsaber, hopefully. Can we just, well, I mean, it walked away. This looks pretty interesting, though, like... looks like there's a bunch of stuff to see, right? That was a weird
Thanks,
sound.
BB.
Baneback spider. Okay. Seems a little bit like a cross between that creature we saw in Bogano earlier, that was also like a small crawly thing, and spider. Capable of launching ranged attacks with venomous saliva. Upon death, corpse will emit a toxic acid. The vile baneback spider is a venomous foe to be reckoned with. Primarily a hole dweller, they are known to skitter and climb with agility. When encountered, they can project venomous saliva at enemies with a range of up to 12 meters. Caution should be taken if they are killed, due to emission of a toxic acid that will pool out from the corpse upon death. Okay. Why is this blue? Why is there blue light here? Because, I mean, usually blue light is connected to force echoes and stuff, right? Oh, okay. This leads up here. I really like the permanent eclipse. I mean, for some reason, even though it's kind of tropey already, the sort of permanent eclipse look is just really, really cool. So I don't mind it that it's here, but oh, nice shortcut. Yeah, I don't mind that it's here, but it is very tropey. Gotta say. I'm actually not entirely sure where we're supposed to be going. I guess to the main temple here?
I hear you.
Ominous effigy. No data found. Appearance suggests nothing
BB,
good.
let me see.
Okay. Oh, that's a four. Okay. I hear that big thing walking around again.
Want to look inside? Yes. Let's take a look.
New emitter acquired. I guess let's just try to go into the temple, but before I do that, I'm gonna check out this area. Is this like a... Oh yeah, okay, we can push and pull this, I guess. Sort of cage. Oh, hello. There's a bunch of wall markings here. I definitely wonder what the Zepho did on this planet. I appreciate the level structure here. It seems to sort of invite exploration much more than on the other planets. The other planets have, I don't know, a little bit more of an sort of island structure, right? Where it's very clearly defined sort of level elements that are just connected together. Whereas here it actually feels more like one open level. Also, what the fuck is that? I guess those vines just grew in a very weird way. It almost looks like a big squid or something, right? It's a big hole opening. Well, anyways, let's go this way. Let's take a look at this temple. Oh, cutscene.
Looks like the Zeppo were here. Strange. This place seems abandoned, but...
You trespass, Jedi.
You must be a Night Sister. I had heard you were all dead.
Not all. Dathomir is forbidden to you. Leave at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that, but perhaps we could help each other. You see, Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions say otherwise.
Wait, hold on. I'm not here to...
What?
Look there.
Yes, we're trying.
Solid blow.
Oh, that was a red attack. Oops.
Brothers.
Oopsie. Well, that was, okay. What actions? We didn't do anything. We just, what? We just came up here into the temple and that's it, basically. Okay. Well then. I do like them, though. I did not expect that the Night Sisters would actually be here. Oh, right, we have the shortcut now. Well, that's a good thing. So is that like a force power? Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't know, fight you guys. Is that like a force power to, pull yourself up on a rope? I was gonna say, where the hell are they? Huh? How did... Oh.
Him from moving. Yes.
How's it feel, Jedi?
Yeah, I think that evading them with the circle is actually much easier than trying to parry them with L1, which is kind of weird. Oh, they look cool, though. I want to kill... I mean, maybe... Are they not Night Brother Warrior? Are they actually living, or are they some sort of summon from that Night Sister? Skilled and nimble, strong defense is advised, including mindful opportunities to strike. Dodge their unblockable overhead attack. Night Brothers are a male warrior subspecies of Sabraks based on Dathomir. Sabrak, okay. For centuries, their simple society was governed by Night Sisters, witches that ruled the planet but were decimated during the Clone Wars. Territorial and extremely hostile to outsiders, fighters in their ranks are highly acrobatic, agile, and proficient in a variety of mixed combat. I kind of don't want to kill them. I mean, that's not really going to help our case, is it? But the markings on the wall here, those are all Zepho. Which kind of makes me wonder if the Night Sisters had been here for centuries, if they also, at least in some form, are connected to the Zepho? Man, this place looks really, really cool. Door is locked from the other side. Cool, I guess. I was going to say, why is there a rope? But yeah, we're missing a path. So it makes sense. Okay. I also shouldn't forget that I have to double jump now. Man, on one hand, I would really like to explore this planet more, but on the other, I know that it's not really worth it, because there just isn't anything that you get for exploring. So, it's a bit unfortunate. These are all still Zepho structures, though. Oh, what the fuck happened to that? That's a moon, right? And it's like a 64 by 64 resolution or something. What the fuck? See, it's things like that that just make you go, what the hell happened to this game? Like, that moon has clear, like, what are they called? pixel stairs on it. And I just don't understand why. I mean, that can't be a technical issue, right? That's just... It's as if whoever built the skybox just grabbed the wrong resolution image. I mean, what? Like, just replace it with a high-res version and be done with it, right? I mean, that's the Bloodborne moon all over again. Whoop. Oh, hello. That looked weird, but... Oh, that's cool, they have... It's actually a really, really cool design. So they have a bow that can shoot, like... some sort of laser projectile? Huh. It's a pretty awesome design. I mean, I don't know how much sense this actually makes in the grand scheme of things. A bow capable of shooting laser projectiles? Why wouldn't you just build a laser weapon at that point? But... Night Brother Archer. Dodge unblockable charged energy bow projectiles. Deflect, reflect normal shots from energy bow. A society of male warriors, the Night Brothers are a subspecies, and we already know that. For centuries, the society existed in loyal reverence to the Night Sisters, witches that ruled the planet. But why is this the same description as the other ones? Among their ranks may be found archers capable of launching ranged energy bow attacks with deadly accuracy. I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of this, right? I like the idea of having these almost normal weapons, but in a sort of Star Wars variant, right? In a way that's really, really cool. The problem is more that I feel like, you know, it would be cool mixed in with a bunch of really sort of outlandish stuff as well, right? I feel like I don't know, it's difficult to say. I don't really think that you can criticize the game for this too much, but it's just that sort of... I don't know, one thing that makes Star Wars cool, right, is this weird idea of having both laser weapons, but at the same time actually wielding a sword, but a sword made of laser, right? And I don't know, something about that is just really, really cool, right? It's a sort of connection back to our romanticized version of like the Middle Ages and knights and everything, but mixed together with really futuristic technology. And in a way, these bows work really, really well with this basic thought of how the Star Wars world works, right? At the same time, though, I think it's more that the game itself, I mean, it's still a game, right? And the problem is, I think that the gameplay of this game is not enough Star Wars, right? I think that they somehow... I don't know, I mean, these bow weapons, for example, right? They basically work the exact same way as the blasters from the Stormtroopers, right? Instead of being, you know, different in terms of how you engage with them during gameplay, right? I don't know. I really wish the game would be more Star Wars than... Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun fighting these guys.
Stop this nonsense, trespasser! This pain means nothing!
I always forget that they're doing like a double...
BD, toss me stim. Good work, BD.
that they're doing a double thing there, a double strike. But yeah, I really wish that... I don't know. The gameplay should be more Star Wars. And this is the... these ambushes and stuff, it just doesn't fit the game all that well, to be honest.
Ogara has gathered her bones. They had no mind. It's a sign of unrest.
Also, you know, I mean, I guess they're really good at hiding, but for the game telling us for the longest time that the Night Sisters don't, like, exist anymore.
I can defeat you. Not so bad. I hit him.
I pressed circle twice, but okay. Guess it was because I was standing against the wall again? There's something weird going on with that. I really think... Either it's the game doesn't really recognize your sort of path, or some passing correctly. But there's definitely a problem with if you're close to a wall, you're just not able to use circle the same way as if you weren't close to a wall. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Again, these ambushes are also so obvious, right?
How's it feel, Jedi?
How is that? I really don't understand the timing sometimes on the parry as well. Because sometimes you press L1 and you parry without any effort whatsoever, and sometimes it just doesn't really seem to work at all. Can you please shoot at me again? I don't want to wait here for ages. Bye-bye. Also, you know, well, I mean, we've heard about them being Force users, but I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that they know how to engage Jedi? Because it just seems kind of dumb. I mean, I can get behind the Stormtroopers having no clue that, you know, we can reflect their shots back at them, but these guys should know better, right? Doesn't it seem kind of stupid for them to engage a Jedi with bows? But yeah, I guess you could make an excuse for them just, you know, never having encountered a Jedi in their lives so far. Something like that. Yeah. Also, this image, it's really cool, right? How they... I mean, this basically actually comes back to the Zepho probably having built this place exactly like this, right? I mean, clearly the Zepho are heavily inspired by the old Egyptians, right? And the pyramids and everything, like a big thing about their design is that they have certain tunnels and stuff like that that specifically point to certain stars, right? So they were clearly already doing pretty good astronomy back then. And it's really interesting to me that they took basically the same principle here, right? So the Zepho maybe also studied this moon, and that's why they built the structure like this, because they, well, they wanted to study the moon, right? Or they were also... Why is the music so going on that this much? Anyways, but yeah, this makes sense, right? It's a very cool thing. Except for the fact that the moon has such a low resolution, and I don't know why. Oh, that is a strange decision. Oh, what the fuck? How did I press on my... Never mind. I picked up my controller, but it was already like... I don't know. Guess it must have caught on my t-shirt or something? That was weird. These kinds of drawings, though, on the wall here... And now for some reason the music's gone as well. Strange. These kinds of drawings on the wall here, these must have been done by these Night Brother or Night Warriors, though, right? Because they look distinctly different from what the Zepho did. Yeah. They also have these bone imagery things here. I wonder if this is something to do with the sun. Like, this looks some sort of Cthulhu being, right? That comes out of the sun or the moon. Why is there a wall running place here? Oh. Oh, yeah. Again, really, really cool imagery. Really bad resolution on the moon. I was expecting there to be another warrior here, to be honest. Okay, is there a point to us jumping down here? Wait, isn't that where we just were? Oh yeah, it is. Is there no way to open up that door? Huh. Maybe not yet. Also, yeah, I mean, you should be able to grab onto that, right? I mean, I know that it's not a grabbable surface, I guess, but... Oh, I just realized. Huh. The mountains and the back, so the whole skybox has a very low resolution. Why did I never notice that before? I guess, okay, well that makes more sense than that the moon has a low resolution as well. Why is that? So somehow I guess the game wasn't capable of... Like maybe a higher resolution skybox would have impacted performance too much? That is strange though, I never noticed that on other planets. So... Maybe that's because you can see more stuff here? Also, there's a piece of mountain floating in the distance. Oh, well. Yeah, that's really strange, because usually when games do this, right? I mean, for example, FromSoft's games, in Sekiro, unfortunately, you can see that quite well. The resolution on the skybox around you, and not only the skybox, but the surrounding lands and everything is very, very low resolution. Unfortunately, Sekiro tries to hide that by blurring out the background, but it still looks pretty awful, to be honest. Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't blur out the background a little bit more if it was this low resolution. It might have been because they also wanted you to see the moon, and blurring it out would have looked weird. I wonder how that happened, right? So I wonder if maybe they went with like a lower resolution skybox and blurred it out a little bit more, and then sort of noticed, oh shit, but the moon is also part of our skybox, so... And we kind of want the moon to be a central piece to our level design, so maybe they took the blur away, but didn't have time to upgrade the resolution on the skybox to something. Just really intrigued by those things, right? By sort of figuring out why they did that. I have to look at that on other planets. It might just be that this particular structure of how they built the level just makes the low resolution skybox more obvious compared to the other planets. I don't know, it's definitely kind of a strange decision. Oh, wait, huh? This is not the same place I just came from? I guess not. Yeah, I didn't want to target you. I wanted to... What? Why can I not target the other guy? Oh, now I can.
Mind helping me out? Want to look inside? Yes. Let's take a look.
Man, every time I'm finding a box, right? Every time I'm finding a box, I just... Something in the back of my mind goes, man, if they just had really, really good loot, right? If the loot would be a lot more like Dark Souls, FromSoft rather. And every single time, right, like this imagery appears so often here. And it's so cool, but it also, every single time, makes you think, wait, what the hell happened to the resolution? Alright, got the shortcut. I do appreciate the level structure, though. Like, as I said previously, it feels like this planet has a much more... or definitely a better level design compared to a couple of the other ones. Who's that guy? I guess that's actually one of the Night Sisters? Didn't they have, like, red cloth? Oh. I was just wondering about that down there, right? I mean, that almost looks like some sort of Colosseum or something. That must have been built by the Zephyr, though. So, you know, if that's sort of their centerpiece, these big sort of pillars, then it looks like they at some point built some sort of theater, Colosseum-like structure down there. Maybe as some sort of, well, not only religious place, but definitely a place of gathering, right? And maybe they prayed to the moon together or something. You don't seem to be an enemy. At least I can target them.
Oh, fellow wanderer.
That was weird.
I see you met the resident Night Sister, but, unlike most, you're alive. Well, lightsaber? No, don't hide it. That would explain your survival.
Who are you?
No one to fear. Just a traveler, studying the nature of extinct cultures and dead philosophers.
You study the Night Sisters?
Ooh, I study many things. But yes, that Night Sister, well, she was only a child when the war came to this world. She had to watch her whole family perish.
What do you know about those ruins?
Oh, ancient beyond belief. The Night Sister and her warrior kin were seduced by the power that lurks within.
And so as they're so angry?
Or suffer the same fate.
What? What? Why is there suddenly this guy here? Also, once again, what was? Why did the cutscene start in such a weird way? We saw him standing there, like from very far away, and then we climb up, and Cal is all like, "Oh, wait, what? I didn't even realize there was somebody standing here." That was weird. After landing on Dathomir, Cal and BD-1 faced off against the Night Sister, who demanded they leave the planet immediately. When they refused, she commanded Night Brothers to attack them. Shortly after escaping that threat, Cal and BD-1 came upon a wanderer who claimed to be studying Zephyr ruins. Who he is and what's become of the Night Sister remain to be seen. Yeah, obviously I don't trust him at all.
How do you know so much about the Night Sister?
Observation. I've seen many things since coming here.
Why haven't they killed you?
Must it mean something? Too many great minds have gone astray in pursuit of order.
I gotta get going. How long have you been here?
Long enough. This world provided a sanctum when I was in need.
They didn't chase
Shelter
you
when
off?
I was weak. And enlightenment when I was lost in the dark.
Are we not gonna ask him about that?
Right.
Right.
I like your enthusiasm. But Dathomir demands more than wit or will.
Honestly, especially with his laugh there at the end, it just feels like Respawn went, oh, you know what? We made our game like FromSoft inspired. We also need a character that laughs maniacally? Is it maniacally? Whatever. You know, that laughs at the end of your conversation in a weird way and you don't trust them. Right? As if they, like, this feels almost like a reference to FromSoft, but it's so blatantly obvious that it's kind of, This is just really, really weird that we suddenly meet an NPC, because also up until this point in the game, that just hasn't been a thing, right? I mean, we haven't really met any NPCs beyond the main characters of the story, I guess. Just kind of makes this encounter somewhat strange. Oh, hello. Holy fuck. That goes pretty far down. Oh, hello. Can we get an upgrade? What? That was really weird. Also, they have like that looks cool. Kind of cozy. Weird placement for it, but yeah. What exactly was that? We got a lightsaber sleeve, sort of by just looking at the desk, or what? That was really weird. Oh. Where's his leaders? Where is this blue light coming from? That really bothers me. It doesn't seem like there's any explanation for it, right? It's just blue light.
Someone was drawn to something here. Energy from the ruins?
Oh. Temptation. The stranger. Okay, it's connected to him. Night Sister Marin. What does it tell us her name if we haven't heard it? Whatever. A Night Sister wielding powerful magic threatened Cal on Dathomir. It's unclear how she escaped the massacre of her coven, but her hatred for trespassers is obvious. The Night Sister immediately identified Cal as a threat and commanded the Night Brothers to attack him. Yet it honestly seemed pretty strange, and I think it's probably because something like some dark force occurrence here on Dathomir seduced them, basically, right? And I guess it made them anxious that others would discover the same secret, right? Or get the same powers as them. And so they're very protective of that. That's sort of the reason that I would deduce why they're acting that way, right? The Wanderer. A mysterious wanderer Cal met on Dathomir. He claimed to study lost civilizations and revealed that he is familiar with the Night Sisters, in addition to recognizing Cal's lightsaber as a Jedi weapon. Okay. Oh, we're at the start of the level again. We've unlocked the shortcut now. Okay. Fair enough. I only have one skill point though. Don't think that I can necessarily do anything with that. I think most things now require 2 to upgrade. Was this holding pull allows Kel to pull on hold most enemies? I don't really need that. In this, I've never used this so far with 1 blade, so I don't think I'm going to use it with 2. Also, I have to admit, I think so. The two-handed lightsaber seems to be mainly for.
You cannot break me.
That dodge on those attacks is so inconsistent.
Life is forfeit. Kill this trespasser. Must kill this outsider.
Dodging is just so inconsistent when you're up against the wall. It's just really, really weird. The problem is also that, I don't know, something about the camera really makes it hard to recognize when you are close to a wall, right? I mean, it mostly seems to be, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, obviously I know the level structure, right? And I sort of in my mind, I recognize, oh yeah, I am somewhat close to the wall, but something about the distance of the camera to your character really makes it
Come, brothers.
Have to end this now.
You have seen fate.
this is kind of strange, to be honest.
Looks climbable, but not without equipment.
What?
Die.
What the fuck was that? What the hell was that? That took like 1 billion years until he threw that rock. How did we not react to that?
Can't believe we made it. You sure know how to have fun.
If that wouldn't have been a cutscene, then we literally, like, what was that? Why was that so weird? That took way too long for him to throw that rock. Also, once again, there's this sort of a blue light floating in here. It's kind of cool though, because there's something. Or is it just these weird things? Like, are they moving? Or is it because I'm looking through? No, I think it's actually these vines are moving. Okay. So now we have to get climbing equipment, apparently? Wait, we're already back up here, though. Or are we? Wait, are we? We think we're actually somewhere else. Oh yeah, we're all the way down where I looked previously, okay. Yeah, that was a really, really strange cutscene. Again, if it wouldn't have been a cutscene, that would have been insanely easy to react to and just move away, right? Because, well, it took him like 10 years to throw that rock. Okay, I guess we're going this way then. It almost looks like a boss arena of some kind. Or maybe not. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe not.
You will go no further.
Stand aside.
No. He was right about you.
Who? What?
Jedi are thieves and selfish liars who bring nothing but death.
Back off. If you attack me again, I'll strike you down.
Oh, I won't do a thing. But my murdered sisters.
What was going on with the lightsaber there? Why is it floating in front of me?
Revenge.
Okay, hello. Now we're actually in Dark Souls territory. Oh, okay, they can grab you. There's so much jankiness to these cutscenes. Like, what the fuck happened there? Why was my lightsaber suddenly floating in front of my hands? Undead Night Sister. Relentless, able to leap, and highly aggressive against their targets. Attacks in swarms. Avoid becoming surrounded. Few have seen an undead Night Sister and survived. It is believed these mummified warriors emerged from the burial pots of ancient Night Sister graveyards on foul eaves or under command of a witch's incantation. They are known to be hostile to all life except their Night Sister masters. Upon sight of their prey, they release a piercing scream, calling all nearby undead. They attack in frenzied swarms, clawing and biting their way through flesh. Once again, kinda cool, but the problem is, at this point, this game honestly just feels like it's trying to be a Dark Souls clone with, like, Star Wars, packaging, basically. Also, that just looks... Ew. The fuck? What is that red stuff around them? I mean, it can't be blood, right? Maybe it is? That looks fucking creepy. Why would you want to be buried in those?
We're dead.
They're a little bit annoying because they're somewhat unpredictable in the movement, but really, really easy to defeat.
Leave this place.
How about we talk first? Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Another ambush? Also, what the fuck is happening to that thing? Why is it moving like that? What? That shouldn't have hit me. Felt like that first attack was way off target, but it somehow still hit me. Think. Oh, hello. Okay. Cool. How does something like this happen? Like, isn't it usually... Well, I'm actually not positive on that, but if you place an object like this in the game world, wouldn't it usually be automatically... Wouldn't it usually automatically just come with a surface that a controlled sort of player figure can't move through? Like, wouldn't that be part of the asset? This is really, really strange. Also, just kind of changes texture midway, for some reason. That like a baked-in shadow that just doesn't work properly. Oh, we can move up here. Okay.
Never even buried. So many Night Sisters died here. They didn't even stand a chance.
Downfall. Never got a proper burial. Which is also kind of strange, considering that they're doing these what looks to be... Okay, sure, Cal. Yeah, they're doing these almost like mass burials, right? I mean, these flesh-like pods that they have here, looks like they just put a whole bunch of bodies together, basically. Which does make me somewhat wonder why they potentially didn't bury a couple of them. Oh, hello. Yeah, Oh, God.
I could use the stem.
This ground is really weird. I don't know. Something really, really strange is going on there with the... I thought I should have been able to deflect their attacks better. Also, I wanted to change target, but it just wasn't happening. Like, it wasn't letting me change target to the other one.
You will pay for their death.
Why? Oh, now I get what it is. I think, yeah, there's something... I think there's something wrong with their jump. Oh, I get what it is. So, okay, their jumping animation basically assumes that the point they're landing at is at the same height as the point they're starting at. And the developers didn't include or didn't account for that fact, right? They didn't account for the fact that the ground can be at different levels of height. And so they have this awkward animation where they're just sort of floating in the air for a second and then they're falling down because there is no transition between their jumping animation and their falling animation. Yeah. Let's just really...
How does that Night Sister keep following us? Sierra called them Force Wielders. I've never seen it used this way before. We better stay on our toes. Wait, do you have toes?
Again, it's just... The reason why I find this so weird, right, is that... Wouldn't you design an animation with that in mind from the get-go? Like, why go through the trouble of designing an animation but assuming that it has to be on even ground? Right? I mean, wouldn't that be part of the design process of that animation to make sure that it's not restricted in terms of height? And that is with so many things in this game seem like they assumed a completely different thing. But why would you ever assume that, right? That's what I can't get behind. Why would you ever assume in a video game that you're doing an animation only for ground level, basically? Like, isn't that... You'd pretty much always have height differences in the level, right? That is just... I mean, even as janky as something like Demon Souls or the original Dark Souls are, even they accounted for this, right? Like, what? Again, I just don't understand how something like that even happens, right? That is not something that is because, oh, they didn't have time to finish the game. That is something that...
Any idea what that flying creature is?
Well, that looks weird. That fundamentally was missing from the get-go, right? As sort of a... I wonder if we're going to fight that at some point.
Wretched-legged crawling cowards.
What?
Wary of their mischief, brother. I'll rip their legs off and drain their poison.
Also, was that Matt Mercer? Voice acting there? Is this a shortcut? That looks like a strange device. Also, oh, yeah, it's placed higher up than it should be. For some reason, I'm now floating. It's as if they forgot to design its platform or something? God, man, this game, seriously. Oh, this unlocks the shortcut that we saw earlier. I don't know why this shortcut exists, but sure.
What you got there?
Wait, weren't there two enemies there originally? I mean, maybe I didn't rest since I killed them. Oh, yeah, there's just so much. I mean, this is something that can, but no, actually not. How does, because, I mean, maybe they forgot to design a platform, but couldn't you have just placed this device like a couple of centimeters further down? And it would have avoided this? Again, like, how? How does that happen? How was it not properly placed from the get-go? I mean, somebody went in here, right? Somebody went in here and placed this object in the level, right? And for some reason, decided to place it higher than ground level. And I just don't get why. Like, how does that happen? How much stress do you have to face during development to overlook something like that?
Night Brother runes. Think we're getting close to a village?
Dathomirian glyphs. Night Brothers paint glyphs using acid from the hydratis. Rather than staining the surface, the acid burns into even the hardest rock faces, leaving permanent marks. Each symbol must be carefully drawn, both to preserve accuracy and avoid damage to oneself. Master calligraphers are rare and extremely valued for their talents. I mean, they're not exactly complicated drawings, though. I mean, I get that it would be difficult to do with acid, but yeah, I don't know.
An enemy! He shakes in fear. Attack the trespasser!
Wait, I can't push them off the... Seriously?
Pain means nothing. He fears us. End him quickly.
I still hate that the overhead blow requires force power. That is really weird to me.
Another step.
Wait, and the third guy just decided, oh, you know, I'm gonna let you kill my brothers first. But yeah, can you not push him off?
I'll crush you.
See, in that scenario, I pressed L1 and and now I got the parry. I just don't understand how I got the parry there, but not the first two hits, because I'm pretty sure that I pressed L1 around the same time, and I'm not even on the highest difficulty, right? So I should have a pretty big, like, parry window? I don't know. It's just something very, very inconsistent about that. And yeah, I really dislike that you can't push them off the... I don't know. Oh. Yeah, this is fun combat. Why do they take so long to shoot again? I don't understand. Definitely another weird choice in terms of combat.
Someone was hunted here.
The chase. The Night Brothers were chasing someone through the swamp. Someone they feared. Ah. Okay. I was guessing something like that, because it seemed strange that that Wanderer was just here, right? That he was just, well, not dead. Because if they're so aggressive towards me, you know, they should be equally aggressive towards him, but they aren't. So that kind of explains that, right? He's probably really, really powerful, or at least has some sort of power that they fear. What? How did... what? What hit me there? Oh, he's all the way back there. Okay.
BD, here!
Kinda running low on health here, though. See, he's shooting way more often than the other ones. And they're much farther away. That's a safe point, though, right? Up there. I find it kind of strange that they showed you a path to get down here first. Right? I wonder what would have happened if I had tried to go down first instead of approaching that cutscene where he was throwing that rock really, really slowly.
I hear you, BD. Let me see.
Spider domestication. Night Brothers only recently began efforts to domesticate the Baneback spider. Without the Night Sisters' magical anti-venoms, the task had occasionally proven deadly. However, if a spider is captured young and raised alongside a Night Brother, it will bond with him and become a lasting companion. Oh no, we're killing their companions? Well, I mean, they kind of decided to attack us, right? Also, that thing is just sticking out the wall, and it's also movable. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, it was literally just clipping into the wall. Yeah, it's just... it doesn't even, like... Are you fucking serious? It doesn't even have any sort of hinges! It's just literally a thing that's floating in space and turning on invisible hinges on the wall. Like, what the fuck? Was it so difficult to place at least some sort of wooden beam here to make that more, you know, logical? Is that so difficult to do? I really don't understand what they did here. I really, really don't. Okay, what else do we have? So, I can increase my life further. Wasn't there something with... I think I already got that. Maximum force is increased, right? Can increase my force. Let's actually do that first, before increasing my life. I honestly think that the amount of force power they're giving you is really, really low. I mean, I also get that, obviously... What? I also get that the, Shoot me again, you idiot. Who places enemies like this, right? You're meditating, you're resetting the enemies, and then obviously they're right there again. Which is, I mean, I said that multiple times, right? The fact that enemies respawn in this game is just ridiculous.
interloper is more powerful than us.
Lay down your weapons. We must submit.
Submission. A new leader came to control the Night Brothers, a powerful stranger. Control them? He's controlling them? Okay. Bye. It's just that the introduction to that stranger was also just really, really weird. Wait, this time she actually appeared and talked to us. Did they just forget to do that last time? When she talked to us? That was strange, okay. This looks like a mini-boss arena, right? And it's probably, considering that wall in the background, this also looks like where we get our climbing gear, or whatever the hell it's going to be. Alright. Ah, hello. Or maybe not. Oh. Did you see that? He was stuck on the ceiling. What? What? Lesser Nidak. Okay, what the fuck, game? Man, how are there bugs like every 3 minutes? What the fuck? Okay, so first of all, right, when he did his charged attack, like when he's glowing red, he got stuck on the ceiling. So they didn't account for the fact that the jumping arc of his attack might catch him on the ceiling. And yeah, he just got stuck there, and the attack went down very far away from me, right? And it was no issue whatsoever. And then he had already died, but his attacking animation still played. I think I still got damaged as well. And then he was dead. I mean, okay, maybe he still had like 1 HP and it just didn't display properly, but it really felt like, I don't know, that was... Also, he was much easier to defeat than I thought. Uphold a strong defense against its aggressive and relentless attacks, easily thrown off by repeated parries. Referred to in legend as the Scourge of Dathomir, the deadly Lesser Nidak is an agile and highly aggressive alpha predator. Its carnivorous appetite and relentless pursuit of prey make it a deadly foe to nearly all other life forms. Powerful arms allow it to traverse terrain in diverse and unparalleled methods, often surprising its quarry. Okay, didn't see anything of that, but okay. Yeah, in terms of design, he seems way too similar to... Obviously, he's a bit faster and more agile than the big creatures on Kashyyyk. But in terms of gameplay, it seems way too similar as well. Considering that this is called the Lesser Nidak, I imagine we're going to find the big version of this guy at some point as well. Also, I was wrong on this. I actually thought it was like an actual mini-boss and that we're going to find that climbing gear, but apparently not. The Lair of the Nidak. Lesser Nidak is a feared opponent for Night Brothers. The legend says some Night Sisters kept them as familiars. Nidaks are solitary creatures rarely seen in packs after adolescence. Their only natural predator is the massive Gorgara, which is probably the flying thing that we saw. Well, that's weird that it can't grab onto that. Right? Wait, why is music playing? I wonder If you tried long enough, you'd be able to grab that. Maybe not. Why is the music playing? The fuck? That's weird. There's something still aggro to me?
Sacrifices. To set an example.
Sacrifices? Okay. I thought at first he was killed by... That's such a weird animation. I thought at first he was killed by like this thing just in general. Why can I not, like, can I not hold or L... No, I can't. That's really strange. Why can you not just hold L2 and move it? But yeah, if this Wanderer guy is their new leader, maybe he's throwing them in here to set an example for something? I also wonder, maybe that's why he's letting us... The fuck was that? As I said, every 3 minutes, something went wrong with the stones being thrown out, and then they just disappeared because he still, quote-unquote, did it correctly. That... whatever. If that Wanderer guy is their new leader, though, well, that doesn't really make that much sense, considering that the Night Sisters are also seemingly controlling everybody. Also wouldn't really make sense in terms of us killing all of them, unless that Wanderer guy wants them tested, if they can, like, survive against the Jedi or something. I don't know. Ooh, that looks interesting. Is this their sort of main city hub or something?
This must be where the Night Brothers live.
Yeah.
Through there? Not unless we have no other choice. Yeah, that figures.
I mean, it very much looks like we don't have any other choice, but yeah. Why is there... How do I get to that save point, though? Hello. Why can I not target... What? That was strange. There's also something weird going on with the targeting when you're looking down onto people. I don't know. This setup, you know, this looks so much like a Dark Souls level. You know what? Technically, right? If I had the lightsaber throw unlocked, I know then even if that was the case, I still wouldn't be able to do it. But in theory, logically speaking, if you had the lightsaber throw, you should be able to cut that rope, right? I know that's probably not a thing, but yeah. Oh, hello. What is this? Why can I not move this gate? Like, if I'm able to move other stuff up and down, why can I not move this gate up and down? Why? I can move this entire bridge. Oh, hello. Are they always just shooting their big stuff? Huh. But yeah, if I'm capable of moving this bridge, but not capable of opening this door. Sure.
I passed by the gate.
Wait, how do you still hit me? Oh.
Help me, BD.
He's recovering.
Oh. Guess I was meant to run away. Oh. It just did my double jump, like, at the start. Instead of at the end. Why is it not... Also doesn't let you turn the camera. Where the hell am I now?
Sim, BD.
I want to move upwards, not downwards. Oh well. I guess it's gonna take a while, huh? Bleeding
These
gut.
vines are too creepy for Grease, but he's Grease.
Huh. I mean... I don't know. It's not that I necessarily... Oh, hello. Dislike this planet or anything, but at the same time... I don't know. Brew fruit. I'm just slowly losing interest in it. I don't know. It's too much just boring fighting and not enough interesting story. Brula fruit was a common reagent in Night Sister potions. In small doses, its nectar could act as an anti-venom to the bites of Dathomir's many poisonous snakes. Overconsumption, however, resulted in symptoms of swamp madness, convulsions, blurred vision, and hallucinations. Okay. I also wonder if... I don't know, maybe it's also due to how we ended up down here, right? Because we've constantly been basically falling lower and lower, but that's only because of that initial very, very slow stone throw that we could have easily gotten out of, right? And I don't know, maybe that's sort of making this whole process a lot more annoying than it should be. Okay, anyways, that looks interesting.
So much fear and rage. How could anyone survive here?
Someone survived a crash on Dathomir, but not without Oh. Okay, so this Wanderer guy potentially came in here on accident, crashing down on the planet, and I guess somehow in order to survive, he basically took in these dark force powers. And that's how he survived ultimately. Okay. Kinda makes sense. I do still wish they would have done a little bit of a better introduction for him though. Okay, so I guess I have to move over there? I can't go this way. Is it getting dark? I'm really, really far away from where I wanted to go, right? Hello.
Another one of those things.
What the fuck was that? What the hell is... What is going on with their animations? The hell was that?
This was an arena once. The Night Brothers only respect those with power.
What is happening here? Why is it doing that? That looked incredibly weird, didn't it? Oh. Oh. I like that you can sort of target them at the same time. Also, yeah, they're all floating on the ground, right? I think, but I'm not. So, it's not that the ground texture is misplaced. There is definitely... They must have done something wrong with how the ground works. Somehow.
Let's go this way, BD.
And I think that's why the game is struggling to, like, play the animations for the Nidak, probably?
What you got there?
Properly, not probably. Because, yeah, there's probably something going on with that. Oh, is this where he crashed? I guess so.
The ship crashed. You were fleeing from something.
So he literally crashed in the middle of their combat arena? Okay. That looks good, though. See, in this particular case, you can sort of just make out that the background has the same resolution. Like, obviously, right, we haven't moved anywhere else. But because of the fog and everything, it looks a bit more blurred. So it almost works out to where, even though the background has a lower resolution, it still looks pretty good. Like the planet there. But yeah, I wonder what's going on with the ground that makes these things move so weirdly. Oh, cool. The Nidak's actually fighting the zombies. Ah, that looks funny. Honestly, I kind of like the running animation for the zombies. But same thing as well, right? They're just sort of... They have big problems with transitions between animations, I think. That one zombie is doing all the work. Holy fuck. Okay, now it's dead.
Vengeance for my sister.
You realize that the sisters were killed by the Nidak, right? I didn't even do anything. Bleeding gut. Unlike other Dathomirian fungi, the bleeding gut does not reproduce using spores. Instead, their cells divide spontaneously, gradually forming small pods, which burst open when fully matured. Some varieties have been known to grow extra stalks.
Think we can slice this thing? Just need to know, don't you? There was something in there.
Oh, I can climb up here. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't overlook anything. Oof. I also really wonder why a game like this isn't able to...
When he said bring seeds, I hope he meant from Dathomir.
I really wonder why the game isn't able to keep the people you killed spawned in. Like, I wonder what sort of technical limitation would make it so that they wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, maybe they already struggled with performance or something? mean, it could be, considering how much problems the game has otherwise, right? There is a high chance that they do... What was that? Oh god, yeah. See, it's because of this that the AI has trouble traversing the environment. But yeah, they must have had performance issues or something, because otherwise it's just kind of strange, right? Because again, if a 2007 or no, when did Demon Souls release? 2009? 2009, I think, right? 29. Yeah, if a game like Demon Souls was already capable of not despawning bodies, a game that released 10 years later should have been capable to do so.
I need some help.
How can I get over there? It's just such a shame. I don't know. I mean, the game really, really is pretty good, right? Or could have been pretty good, I guess. But it has all these really, really major problems.
Okay, BD. What is it?
Okay.
The Night Sisters used to call their leader Mother. She used powerful magic.
Didn't we already know that? Oh. What? Am I missing something here? Why is it moving back so quickly? How? I can't jump that fast. What? Oh god. You can literally get stuck everywhere. Look at this. I'm pressing the analog stick forward, by the way. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. I completely forgot that I have the stasis power as well. Oh god, what the fuck was that? Oh, okay, what the? Oh. The game doesn't know what to do when you're reaching the sort of middle climbing point. Like, it's treating it as two completely different climbing sections. So you have to press L2 again, and if you don't, you just can't hang on to the second one, I guess. Oh boy. Hello.
That thing looks like trouble.
It does indeed, yeah. That was kind of cool.
I see an intruder. I hear you.
Oh.
Quick. Not impressive.
Did you see the other two?
Try me, Jedi.
Sorry, I was completely distracted by the other two.
Follow him closely.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Little help, BD.
Not so bad. Where is your skill? No.
I think... Yeah, it's really, really... How did that not hit me? One thing that is still incredibly strange about all of this is that sometimes you need to parry twice, and sometimes you need to parry only once. And it's very, very unclear in what kind of scenario you need to do what. Because their attack animations are basically always the same, but the amount of parries that are required, or the amount of attacks that they do back to back, can be wildly different. Fire lichen? Grows naturally in the dry climate of Dathomir. Its bright red color comes from the absorption of sulfur and other dust particles in the air. The Dathomirian variety is so resilient it's nearly impossible to rip from the rock. Huh. I think I can just jump over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the big owl-looking thing is going to be a boss fight at some point, right?
There is no place for you here. The brothers will kill you if you stay.
Calm. I'm certain they are no match for your power.
Why? The Night Sister confronted the stranger and a tense negotiation took place. That... Oh, for fuck's sake. How? What? How are there so many places where you sink into the ground? What? Oh my god. This game, man. You know, you really want to... You almost... At this point, I almost feel like, how can I put it? Oh, that was a very quick direction change. Their animations are so fucking janky. Holy shit. But yeah, at this point, I kind of feel really sad for the game. Like, it almost makes you feel like... How can I put it? Like a little brother that just lost his really important football match or something? I don't know how else to put it. Like, but... You know, I almost feel like, even though it's completely, like, this game, you know, probably, like, it should be a AAA game and it should be treated as such, but it honestly, there is so much wrong with this game that you kind of want to, you know, I really feel sad for it at this point. Like, you know, like, it's not been treated properly by whoever developed it, right? As if they sort of went 50% of the way and then just said fuck it and threw the rest in the garbage, basically, right? As if they... I mean, clearly they released the game, but it feels as if I'm playing, you know, a game that wasn't released and, you know, somehow somebody got access to the code and, you know, now we're playing the bugged alpha version of it. And you kind of feel sad that it didn't get a proper release. But, you know, obviously that's not the thing. This game did get a proper release, but it's just janky as fuck. Like those floating mushrooms over there. See these? They're not placed properly. Yeah, like, what the hell? Wait, is there a shortcut that I'm missing back to the... Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. I was going to say, there has to be a shortcut to that... save point. Though, I don't really want to go back to it quite yet. Okay, I think that's the way to continue, so... Let's just check out if there's anything else back here. Oh, wait, is that the slide we went on earlier? No, it's not. Wow. Oh. Wait, we can also go this way? That kind of looks like it's moving us further up. Wait, what's down here, though? Oh yeah, I think that is actually the slide that we used to come here, right? I guess? Huh. Interesting. That's definitely pretty cool, how they designed that. That it loops back like this.
Only death awaits you here.
Sounds great. I'm kind of confused what path we're supposed to take. What's the optional one? Maybe that's the optional one then? Doesn't look like it though, right? I mean, aren't we trying to get back up? And this leads further down? Maybe this is the like the optional boss fight? I mean, it's not too difficult to get back to, so I know that I don't have enough healing. But, oh, well, that kind of solves that issue. Man, why does this take so long? Why does it take 5 seconds until I'm allowed to go back to the skill tree after I've rested? There's no reason why it should take that long. I don't, like, they're not loading anything in, right, at that point? At least I don't expect them to. Wait, is this an optional boss fight, or what exactly are we doing here? Because it kind of seems like it is, but maybe it isn't? Yeah, I mean, this is clearly a boss arena. I guess let's see what happens.
Wait up. It might be dangerous.
Or maybe we have to go here to get this climbing equipment that we're still looking for? Ah, yeah, he has it. Wait. Why was he tugging on his arm? Hi there. I really like the design with the red blob on its head. Why are we supposed to switch targets again? Why can I not... Okay. What? That was a weird... Oh, okay.
Now, BD.
How did that hit me? Am I even doing damage to it? Oh, can you stop? Oh, hello. Now I get what I'm supposed to be doing. That is so janky, holy shit. The fuck was that? That attack, I still don't understand what you're supposed to be doing there. Okay, that was... Yeah, the problem is I don't want to target it, because that feels even jankier than the rest of the stuff already is.
Another step.
How did that hit me, but the other ones didn't? Oh, for fuck's sake! Are you kidding me? Holy shit, that's a janky fight! Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, this is such a bad boss fight. Oh, no. Man, like the hitboxes and hit registration and oh, it's just so bad. Holy fuck. The idea behind it is cool, given that, but it just really doesn't work well. Also, why does it have so much HP? Like, what? Why? Don't prolong boss fights that are already really bad in their design. Holy shit. So yeah, I have absolutely no clue. Obviously, you just have to jump over it, but it just didn't work properly. I don't know. Maybe I mistimed my jump, but yeah, with all the janky animations that are going on. See, this attack in particular just doesn't make any sense, is the problem. Oh, wait, what? Why was it blue all of a sudden? Oh, that was new. Oh, you can, okay. Now I get what you're meant to be doing. So I did it completely wrong. Well, now that also explains how he, you know, didn't get damaged. See, this time I was able to jump over it. That is such a janky animation, holy fuck. What? Also, that's way too easy to... Most of its stuff is way too easy to avoid. Okay, now it's doing the same thing again, but a couple more times. Okay, honestly, once you realize how the fight is supposed to work, right, it's actually pretty cool in its design. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why did I target it? That is such a janky animation, holy fuck. Also, it's way too... Ooh, it's way too easy to avoid. Oh, that was... Fucking hell. Also, they're doing the same thing that the Elden Ring bosses are doing, where it's just taking way too long until the boss comes back to do something with you, okay? Nice. I should have been able to avoid that, but I was close to the wall, and therefore the game decided, nope, your dodge timing isn't working this time. Can you please die? Doing this again? What? Come here, you motherfucker. It's running away from me?
I think it's gone.
Well, that's anticlimactic. Okay, so the basic idea behind how the fight was supposed to work was really, really cool. First of all, as always, this game is incredibly bad at communicating what you're meant to be doing. Like most of its level structure as well is incredibly bad at communicating where you're supposed to be going. Putting that aside, the fight itself wasn't too bad. It was just janky as fuck because of its animations, or rather, yeah, it was pretty janky as fuck. So the problem is that, for example, when he did the weird belly wind blow thing, I'm not really sure how you're supposed to avoid that. I mean, maybe you can do like a force power and it trips him up or something. But then he also specifically lights up blue when you're actually meant to be force pulling him. So I don't really know. And then yeah, it's just really strange, honestly. It's just, it has the same jank as the rest of the game. It's just so unfortunate because I actually think that once I understood what I was supposed to be doing, the boss fight wasn't too bad. But again, they're doing the same, almost the same problem as Elden Ring does, where the boss is doing stuff for like a very, very long time, and you're just sort of standing there waiting for the boss to do something. Now, arguably, one thing that this game is much better at compared to Elden Ring is actually doing proper not animations, but doing proper visual, which is kind of funny as fuck, right? Doing proper visuals for how attacks work. So, for example, the earth shattering thing that he did, having a very, very clear indicator of where the earth is, and what you're like when you're supposed to jump over it, that is way better than how Elden Ring displays a couple of its attacks, right? Where it's really unclear, first of all, what you're meant to be doing, but also they just don't have sort of AoE indicators and stuff, which was desperately needed for a couple of attacks in Elden Ring. Which is really, really like even more of a mindfuck when you really think about it, because this game is incredibly bad at doing exactly that during most of its runtime, but then suddenly during this fight, there are a couple of instances where they're actually better than FromSoft at doing this. But how? Yeah, and the problem was the running attack. That was definitely the jankiest shit that this boss did. When he was running at me, first of all, it was incredibly easy to avoid. Because and that's also where the jank came from, I think. Like, it locks in your position really, really early and then just does a straight run towards where you were standing. But yeah, ultimately that resulted in it just running through the arena without it actually being dangerous for me, right? And uh, oh well. It was still one of the better fights, though. I think it was definitely, looking back, more enjoyable than the fight against the Ninth Sister, I would say. Hey, we can climb the stuff. But just with the Ninth Sister as well, at the starting point where I still didn't really understand what I was meant to be doing, it did its strong attacks really, really often, which left a bunch of opportunities for me to attack, right? Which is also strange in a way. Ooh, hello. Now we're kind of like those guys from Sekiro, right? That also have the claws on their body. What happened to those fucking textures? Oh yeah, the speed upgrade is also desperately needed. Holy fuck. That's another thing that this game is really, really weird with. It's just that sometimes they, just like with the sliding sections, they completely overdo it with a couple of stuff like this, right? Where also we're constantly clipping through the wooden stuff or whatever. They're just overdoing it so much, right? Instead of putting in a slide here and there, the game is just all slides, basically. And then the same thing here as well. There was no need to place this boss fight so far down. They could have just elevated the boss arena a little bit and reduced that climbing section. I mean, again, it's not a big problem overall. It's just sort of an unnecessary one when you really think about it, right? There was no need to do that, and yet they still did it. Man, that looks really beautiful, though, even with the low resolution background. It's really, really cool. Oh well.
The strongest Night Brothers faced a rite of passage by venturing into the lair of this creature.
Okay. Hey, that's our ship! Oh, that's where we're re-emerging. Also, that statue looks really, really cool. Okay. That was a cool wind sound. Oh. We're behind this place now. Is there no way to open this up? What the fuck is happening here? Did they not... Oh my god. Look at that ground texture. Holy fuck. How? What did they do with this game? Like, did they put this together in like 5 minutes? I don't understand. And again, this is not even against the developers because it really, really looks like they were in a fucking crunch, right? I mean, I'm wondering now, did this level designer that did this, did he maybe after like an 18-hour shift work in like place this stuff at like 5 in the morning, being completely exhausted, right? Eyes already watering. He can't even properly see the screen anymore because he's so tired. Is that what happened here? I've never seen that in a game to this extent, where it's literally every 3 minutes you just find another misplaced texture or something else. And then also with this, right? The missing... And this, like, what is happening here? Why is there a point where the screen gets blurry? What is this? What kind of object did they place here to make the screen go blurry? The fuck? Looks kind of cool though, right? The bokeh on BD9, BD1. And why are there missing foot sounds? How does that happen? Oh, hello. Can also just run into the wall. Again, wouldn't you assume that the ground texture has those foot sounds already attached to it or something? Man, this is just weird. What the hell happened with this game, man? I really don't understand. Also, I feel like we missed that other optional section over there, right? Because now we're all already... So I guess I took the wrong path first? Oh well, not a big deal. Also, did we even get any skill points for fighting against that owl thing? Because it kind of feels like we didn't.
Stay low, buddy.
Oh, hello.
Don't let it hit you.
Well, what? How? Why did you get your... Oh man, what the fuck? Oh, game, what are you doing? The same thing happened there as with the wall that you were meant to force push and then stop time on it, right? If you're like so because the wall broke off, right? The game at that point suddenly treated it as like two different climbing surfaces. So I had to press L2 again, which obviously I did not expect because I was still on the same climbing surface in my mind, right? Oh boy. You know, it would actually be incredibly interesting. Like, instead of, you know, because a normal playthrough of this game is almost not really possible even, right? So I think it would actually be really, really interesting if you had sort of, if you had maybe some sort of developer's commentary for this, right? And them, or they would actually explain what went wrong during development, right? What happened?
We're gonna die.
What? Oh, he suddenly grabbed me. I didn't even realize that was the thing. Also, is this meant to be a cutscene, or what's going on? Because I'm not pressing any buttons. Am I okay, I guess I'm trying to land on it?
Here we go again.
Oh, that was weird. Just kill it. What the fuck? What is this? Game, please. Like, this is just dumb. Like, the camera doesn't even... It's sort of awkwardly at the bottom of the screen, right? Where you're meant to be going. Just stick the fucking lightsaber in the back of its head. Why can I not...
Get ready, BD! Jump!
Also, why is this entire section happening with basically zero inputs on my side?
I don't know how we're gonna get down from this. It's a long drop. Jump again? Okay, I trust you.
This is so strange. Like, they should have honestly... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why not just make the jumps part of the cutscene as well then? If the only input that you have to do is press L2 3 times at certain intervals, or at certain points. Now it's dead.
You okay? Yeah, I'm great. Wish I could say the same for this creature, though.
Golgara defeated. Well, you know what? Again, just like with the boss fight, the idea behind this whole section was pretty good. Okay, just an invisible wall here? Seriously? Okay. Sure. Yeah. This is just... Like, what the... Oh boy. The fuck did they do with this game? But anyways, yeah, the idea behind all of this was really, really awesome, not gonna lie. Like, it's a really, really cool section. Oh, we're back here. Nice. Like, from an idea standpoint, as I said, right, this whole section was pretty awesome. Wait, did they block me off from this optional path now? I guess not. Oh, wait, we can... What the... What was that? I guess the game didn't want me to go up there? Wait, isn't that... I thought that was the optional path, though. Maybe it wasn't an optional path at all? Oh. Oh, okay, so... Because I was able to previously go onto this rock, right? But now I'm not anymore, apparently. I don't think I'm meant to be standing on the surface. This game is so janky, what the fuck? Yeah, so I thought that... For some reason, this rock face here, basically... Because I was able, before this thing was lying here, right? Last time I was in this section of the level, I was able to go up onto that route there and basically move over here. And somehow I thought that that connected to over there, right? But I don't think it does that anymore. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, this is just where we went previously, right? This is just where the original boss fight took place. And now they just place an invisible wall here. Cal also seems to think that it's a wall. It's just... Okay, let's just leave it be. Yeah, I mean... The problem is that section required way more gameplay, right? The problem was, it was literally, okay, you were flying through the air the entire time, but the game didn't require any inputs from me, that, right? It was literally just, okay, don't do anything. Oh, whoa, wait a second. Oh yeah, there. Well, first of all, the lighting is wrong here on those two textures, obviously, but... This is also not a climbable surface for some reason, even though it should be. Like, it literally looks like the other one, right? But it's not designated as a climbable surface. Oh, man. This game is just... What the hell? What the hell? Oh, Hello. Somebody's fighting over there. Let's wait for them to kill each other, shall we? Oh, wait.
Jedi.
Oh, you actually killed it. Respect.
You cannot hide your weakness. You are not
What?
skilled.
What? Didn't I get through his defense?
Try harder.
How is that not a... What? How is none of those a normal... Oh boy. Okay, so when you reflect their bolts back, right, and they get hit, they're moving back slightly, but their AI doesn't account for them moving forward again. So now they're standing at a spot where they can't see me, basically, or can't hit me because there's a surface in between them, but the game didn't account for that to happen.
BD, stim here.
Yeah. Okay, there should be a way to get up to them, though, right?
I'm on him.
I can see that. Wait, where the hell are we meant to be going? Can we just climb on these now? No, of course not. Why would we be able... You know, we're just able to climb on some sort of sulfur-based weird things that are growing on a literal rock face. But, of course, the same claws that we now have on our hands is not capable of climbing wooden surfaces. Yeah, makes sense, right? Oh, okay, I get what I'm supposed to be doing. Wait, I should do that back to back so that they're not moving. Well, what? Okay. I thought I was way further away from the wall. Also, why is the wall constantly loading in other textures while I'm still climbing on it? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is there no way for me to actually get over there? But, yeah, there is. Fine.
He's mine.
Dathomir thirst.
Is there any point to coming here, though? Wait. Seriously? There's no point to getting over here? For some reason, the background really reminds me of the Monster Hunter World area, the second one. Very similar to it, right? Which is funny because I kind of said the same thing about the bird that we encountered on Kashyyyk, right? But also with the nest and everything, very much reminded me of Monster Hunter World. It's just that Monster Hunter World is way more convincing visually than this game. What the hell was that? Okay, can we finally get... What the fuck is happening here? Okay, there is some sort of really awkward performance drop here. This must be a loading zone of some kind. Also, loading zones constantly change the lighting every time, and that's really, really
That's
obvious.
the bridge into their village. I doubt they expected us to come back. Still, there's got to be a stealthier way in.
Oh, right, this is where we were previously. Wait, seriously? We still have to go through their fucking village? I want to go back to where I actually came from, and... What is going on with these textures? Why are they constantly... I guess they're not loading, they're just sort of... Are they, like, weirdly overlapping each other? Oh, yeah. Ah, okay, okay, I see what's going on. So that's basically Z fighting, right? So there are multiple textures that have been placed over each other, and the game doesn't know which one to load. Oh boy. Yeah, honestly, I just at this point I really, really feel bad for whoever had to build these levels because clearly they were either really, really overworked or they had to do it like in the middle of the night or definitely at some point where they like didn't, properly.
Honestly, I had no idea this was here when I pulled the bridge down. I just wanted to see what would happen. Like you and the cutter on Kashyyyk.
How does this even, like, it's not connected to anything on this side, right? How does this stay upright like this? This must be a really, really strong root, right? If it can do that. Makes no sense whatsoever, but okay. But yeah, I honestly, at this point, I just feel bad for whoever had to do these levels because clearly they were, I mean, they must have been completely overworked, right? Either that or they literally said to them, okay, design an entire level within a day because we don't have more time. Or something like that.
Hey, BD, what's this? What is it, BD?
We have sacrificed too many. He's too dangerous. We should kill him. No, we take him to Brother Viscus.
A prisoner. My brothers found someone dangerous, or it was they took them to their leader, okay. You know, what makes this even sadder is that the game didn't need to be this way, right? I mean, I know I mentioned that already, but there's no reason why this game has to be so, why it has to have such an elaborate level structure, right? It actually kind of destroys the pacing. So I honestly would have preferred if they had, like, just done a really, really tight sort of 10 to 15 hours single player experience story, right? Rather than sort of, I don't even want to call it padding because that's not really what it is, right? I mean, clearly they went for something much bigger here, but yeah, I mean, if you don't have the time to do that, then just don't do it. I mean, just remove about 50% of each level, right? Shrink it down massively, make it a much tighter linear level, and that's your game, right? Just do that. There is no reason why they had to implement these big level structures here. No reason whatsoever. And they could have still told the same story as well, because the story isn't inherently tied to the level, right? So that makes the whole situation even sadder, right? Because people were apparently, had to build levels on a very, very tight schedule, apparently, without those levels ending up meaning anything, right? That's even worse.
What you got there?
It's all about it. Yeah. Also, these copy-pasted small things, yeah. Again, just unnecessary, right? We finally getting somewhere? At least there's a safe spot here. Oh wait, isn't that the... I think that's the same one we were on, yeah. Wait, is it though? I think it is. Maybe it's not. No, wait. No, that's where we were earlier, and I saw the safe spot. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, now we're here. What exactly was the point of being able to jump over here? I guess so that we can take out the bow guys first? I mean, I guess so.
This fight is mine.
Hello. Well, that's actually an easy way to deal with them. Alright. Oh, are you serious? He's dead. He's dead. Shoot your normal bolts. Also, he's really dancing up there, isn't he? Alright, one more time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Damn animation moved him backwards again. And now he isn't shooting anymore. Jedi, after him. Why are the other ones not moving? Is there AI specifically placed in a way, or... No, I'm not... Like, just come here.
Get him, brother.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I wanted to jump back, but the game changed targets and didn't let me. I guess they... Because the other guys here as well, they made it so that you... Like, they stopped that guy from running towards you because I guess they thought it would be more difficult for the player to, you know, have to fight all of that stuff at the same time. Wait for him to fall? I'm not gonna fall, I'm just, you know... Oh, the other guy was... Why are you shooting at me? Oh, are you kidding me? Was it too far away for the bolts? Why is this here? What? What's the point of this section? Oh, this game. Can I not open this up again? Guess not. I mean, wouldn't really be any point to it either way, but... Why are you not shooting at me? I don't get it. What is that sticking out of the ground here? That's not supposed to be there.
Kill the intruder.
Wait. Oh. Wait, what?
You cannot defeat our might.
Wait, he actually moved towards me? Okay. How did I... Oh, whatever. At this point, as I said, I just feel sorry for the game, but this is a literal staircase that you can't move upwards on. It's a literal staircase for this village, and it's just got an invisible wall placed in front of it. Yeah. Okay, okay. I was gonna say. Okay. Why is this thing here? But it makes more sense now as well. Okay, sure. Why? Why would you place an object like this in your game world when you don't account for it possibly ending up on a surface that is not straight?
Stim BD? Oh, great timing.
Awesome.
Try harder, weakling.
Wait. God, the fucking camera. If the camera is constantly stuck in the wall, you can't even really enjoy the animations and stuff, right? That's the thing also, that, like, it just takes your enjoyment away because you can't even really see what's going on half the time.
You've made a mistake, Jedi.
No, I think it's kind of you who made a mistake. Oh.
I grow tired of waiting for instruction from the sister. This intruder must be dealt with.
They're talking about the Wanderer though, right? I really wonder, what's up with him? Or his deal is. Wait a second. This is where I came from, right? Okay. Oh, hello. Why haven't you shot at me? Wait, was he spawned in at the wrong place? Like, he's not standing where he's supposed to be standing, right? So either he moved and the AI can't move it back, or he's just spawned at the wrong place. And then you have stuff like this, right? I actually really enjoy the detail on this. So this is some sort of kitchen that they built? Out of bricks, it seems? Some of the level detail is really, really awesome. It's just that most of the time you get distracted by wanky bullshit.
A ship crash in the swamps.
Be cautious. I sense great danger.
Interference. Okay. Yeah, so I think that Wanderer, I mean, he must have been a Force user from the beginning, or at least, yeah, not a Force user, but definitely someone very sensitive to the Force, and then when he crashed here, something might have taken over his mind, something like that, and yeah, he ended up being a very dangerous person. I was gonna say, I think they forgot to place the dead Golgara or whatever its name was down there, yeah. Because that, where my head is right now, that's where it should lie, should be lying right now, but it's not there. Which I assume is probably because they, like at this distance, the game is loading a certain LOD, and that they forgot to include the animal. At least that's a mistake that I can get behind, right? I mean, that's something that can be overlooked.
I won't die here.
I could use the stem.
That is something that can be easily forgotten compared to most of the other. Oh, that was him. Okay. It's kind of strange that these things have like a generator on the back, or well, clearly some sort of electrical device, right? But most of the other stuff is not connected to anything like that. So it's just kind of a little bit strange in terms of how this all works, right? I wonder why they built all these sort of crevices on the wall. Because it also seems to be painted in some cases, almost as if these were meant to be doors or something. I mean, maybe that's how they start building new places. In a way, I really, really appreciate this, right? This sort of, okay, you start at the top, then you get thrown to the bottom, you go down further, and then you go back up. There's a lot to like here. It's just, yeah, you constantly find these really, really distracting, janky shit that just completely takes all of your immersion away. Like this rope. Why does it have this awkward angle at the bottom? How does that happen? And now it doesn't anymore. So something about its physics system spawned in wrongly? Also, did you see how it just... Oh, what is that? That was weird. Oh, that was maybe the camera moving through an object. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the rope physics, okay, I don't understand what the music was doing there, but alright. See, so, the rope physics are something else that is just kind of strange here, right? Because I think for the longest time, games have basically pre-built their physics for stuff like this, and then just play back an animation, right, that is connected to climbing up a rope. And it's only somewhat recently, I think, that rope physics actually became something that is, at least in theory, can be utilized quite well. Which you can see, for example, in The Last of Us 2, right? In The Last of Us 2, there are some really, really impressive sections that have rope or cable physics. Sadly, they don't really do much with that, right? I mean, in terms of environmental puzzles and stuff, I think that Naughty Dog could have massively improved on those, which is... I mean, that goes into a whole discussion about The Last of Us 2 and that it just didn't innovate enough, in my opinion. But they definitely nailed the physics on ropes and stuff, right? And I mean, if you can't do it, why do it at all, right? That is the weirdest stuff. It seems like they set out for a lot with this game, but ultimately, I guess they had already started implementing these rope physics and then kind of went like, we put so much effort in, let's just keep it that way, right? Instead of then reverting back to how it would have been originally done, potentially.
Cal, have you found the tomb?
Close, but got a little sidetracked.
Greaves is acting strange. He swears he saw someone outside the Mantis. Dathomir's getting to him.
Pretty sure that's who he is.
Are you all right?
I'm not seeing things, so... Yes? I'm coming out of a Night Brother village now. Hoping to get back on track.
Sounds like you're handling yourself.
Yeah. BD and I got this.
I can literally see her from here. I mean, she's standing outside of the ship, right? So I guess she would have seen if this Wanderer guy came over to them, but at the same time I also think that, where the fuck am I even meant to go from here? I mean, it's highly likely that this Wanderer figure actually walked over to the ship and took a look at it. Wait, seriously, where the hell am I supposed to be going from here? Oh, hello. Where'd that rock come from? Wait, you see that? Where the hell are those rocks coming from? Are they falling out of the sky? I guess they're meant to be falling down from like the top of the mountain, but it looks like they're just literally spawning in the air. Oh boy. Oh, wait. I guess I'm gonna go this way? Okay, that was weird. For some reason I expected to, you know, move back to the ship, but apparently that's not what I'm supposed to be doing here. What happened to that texture? What? Why is this one... Oh, for fuck's sake, stop doing that. Why is this one wall so much lower in resolution compared to the other ones? Weird. Oh, do we unlock some sort of... I guess we're unlocking some sort of shortcut here. Didn't think about that. I mean, that makes more sense. Ah, okay. So, hello.
You will kill no more of my brothers. Have to try harder.
It's actually pretty cool that you can hit them in their red animation, right? Okay, so we're back here now, and we can just move over and finally go where we tried to go like 3 hours ago. I do want to take a look at the ship, though. I don't expect there to be anything that we can do there, but you never know, right? These things can also be really annoying, that they're moving back constantly, right? Hey, everything alright over here? I guess so. I wish they would have included some sort of little detail, right? Especially since they specifically make it so that you can look over to the ship, right? So you're emerging from that village down there and everything, and they, in kind of an actually pretty cool way, you know, you're talking to Seer while seeing the ship. That's a pretty cool way of doing that, right? Oh, this is just another shortcut, I guess. Oh, that's pretty cool. And now I actually see that the Eclipse is also low resolution. See, I didn't even see that earlier. But, yeah, you know, they include a shot of the ship while you're talking to Sia, which is kind of a cool sort of narrative way to tie that together, right? You're talking to her, but you can also basically see her, but it's from very far away. It would have been cool if there was maybe some sort of little detail included, right? Where you kind of go, wait, what was that? Maybe the, you know, the Wanderer guy? Also, I pretty much expect him to be gone now from the place here. Place was where he was standing earlier. I actually wonder if there's going to be more to the planet, or if we're...
A threat comes from below. I hear Please! Kill him! Stop this now!
Fucking hell, I thought I...
Stop this brutality! You cannot dodge everything.
Apparently I can. I was gonna say, this is open now, right? Yeah. Yep. Looks like the Wanderer's gone. Are we gonna comment on that?
No sign of that old man.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Knight brothers got him.
How does Kel not make the... See, oh, for fuck's sake. Why is he such an idiot? Why are your main characters sometimes... like, Like, you should make that connection, right? I mean, it's not even necessarily the Wanderer. So, there are so many creepy creatures. We literally saw the Night Sister appear right before us a couple of times and then just vanishing into thin air. And still we're not telling Sia that, by the way, there are people on this planet that can make themselves invisible. Ugh. Oh. Completely forgot about these three guys. All right. I like this sort of dark. I mean, it's not metal, right? I think it's like dark polished rock or something. It's a very cool look.
This must be the tomb.
No enemies here? I thought for sure there were going to be more of these zombie creatures coming out. It's also pretty cool how you can see the village where I was, right, down there. And once again, is this a way we were going to come back, or is this just an optional? Is this... I mean, there is a chest there, though. This might be optional. Oh, yeah. That's the Alpha. Oh, hello.
BD, stim here.
What? How did that still hit me? That's really weird that it sort of does this awkward counterattack. Well,
Another step.
Help,
please.
Also, I completely forgot that my stim packs now refill my force power. His animations are really annoying. Can you just stop doing stuff, please?
Need assist.
How? That's really dumb. That's really, really dumb that, like, hitting him results in him, like, hitting you, I don't know, that he has this really, really weird counterattack? That's just kind of strange. I don't know. Wait, no scan? Oh, we get that anyways, yeah. Powerful limbs cannot be severed. Defense against multiple parries. Wait, what? Why can his limbs not be severed? Yeah, that's kind of strange. So you hit him? Like, I hit him multiple times with a triangle attack, right? With a strong attack. And somehow he was able to... Like, he's being hit. And in his hit animation, he sort of throws out his two arms and hits you as well. I guess you're meant to be pressing circle right after you attack him or something? That was really, really strange. The highly dangerous Nidak Alpha is a reclusive yet relentless beast. Dominant over its lesser kind, this carnivorous alpha predator balances strength and intelligence to defend against multiple parries. Its muscular forearms are reinforced with a resistant hide over hardened, nutrient-enriched bone, making them versatile to climbing. Asymmetrical traversal and unable to be severed. Okay, I guess. Wait. Are you fucking kidding me? Do I have to move, like, through this entire section? I guess there are multiple chests here? And the background really, really looks awesome, doesn't it? I mean, it's also definitely, like, lower resolution in places, and just overall doesn't have that many polygons, but the fuck are those guys doing? Ah. Oh, oops. Shouldn't. Oh. Yeah, then shoot! Don't wait for fucking ages, just shoot me. I guess not. Oh, hello. Wait. Oh, there was one behind me as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they can just rush you, basically. Cool. That's fun. I think I need my... I don't know... Wait, technically I should have something that can... What was it? I think my slow can actually hit groups of enemies.
He's withdrawing. Do not let him evade.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's actually... Oh. I just understood why that skill that lets you reflect bolts while you're sprinting is fairly useful in this game. Oh, for fuck's sake! I just want to move through here! Stop hitting me with stuff!
You cannot defeat our might.
Why am I... What the fuck is going on? Climb if I press climb! Like, why do I have to press... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do I have to press L2 multiple times? Oh, that's really, really dumb. Alright, let's do this again. All for an optional chest that I don't care about. Oh well. Wait a second though, what's the... Ah, okay, it's X plus triangle, okay. That's what I was looking for. What? Oh, didn't see that. They're even moving forwards. Why are the other guys not doing that? Awesome.
You will not defeat me.
Alright. Do this again. Yeah, that's not the one that I actually wanted to hit. Can you... Oh, what the... What? Okay. No idea what happened with the last one, but yeah, that's definitely very, very beneficial to do that force jump thing against them.
Okay, BD, what is it?
Honestly, I just thought about it. This game would also, well, I guess in lore it wouldn't really make sense, right? But I think this game would also benefit from having a system like Bloodborne, where it replenishes your health if you're hitting enemies right after you were attacked or something. I guess it wouldn't really fit sort of with the Jedi logic, right?
Hey, BD, what's this? What is it, BD?
Well, at least there were a couple of chests here. Not that I care about those, but oh well. Also, at least in this case, I thought it was fairly clearly communicated that this was an optional area, right? This stuff I don't really mind as much, because it was very, very clear it's an optional area. It was very, very clear what you were getting for it, right? Which was the crate that we saw, and we're actually getting another stim pack. It's been a while. Huh.
Ready for another stim? And
yeah, this I really, really like. This is how it should always be, right? Clearly communicate, okay, it's an optional area, and actually give you a tangible reward for it. Pretty good. I just wish that the game would always do that. Alright. Let's see what the hell is going on here. Whoa. Now going back that way. Are we gonna fight some sort of Zephyr thing? Or are we gonna fight the Night Sister? Definitely kind of a creepy place. Oh, hello. A creepy place with a box in it for some reason.
wanna check it out? What's that, BD?
Which actually makes me think, well, I guess you can kind of, oh, that's a very badly placed texture. I guess you can kind of ignore that the crates don't really make any sense, right? I mean, it's not like they make any sense in Dark Souls either, but at least there it's like, I don't know. It works, I guess. That's something that you can definitely ignore, I feel like. Because I have ignored it for the longest time, right? That it just doesn't make sense that they're crates and everything, but oh well. Also, are those statues actually looking towards me, or do they just look like they're looking towards me? I think that's a really, really cool... I think it might be because of the shadow next to them that they look like they're looking at me, even though they're kind of not. I think, in theory, they're looking straight ahead, but the lighting and everything makes it look like they're looking towards me, which is really creepy and really, really cool.
Oh, nice.
My friend, we've reached the tomb of Kujet in search of an astrium.
And in order to play the rest of the message, you have to go into the menu.
My friend, we've reached the tomb of Kujet in search of an astrium. It is more secluded than even I would have thought. It seems the way in was secret even during the time of the Zephyr. A contrast from the ostentatious tomb of Mixrul, yet not a welcome one. The Night Sisters of Dathomir granted me passage, but even they warned me against these ruins. Something dark transpired here. I can feel it.
I was going to say, why did they grant him passage? But I think that was before the Clone Wars, right? Before they distrusted the Jedi and everything. Okay. I'm kind of on the fence. He's saying it's more secluded than even I would have thought. The tomb isn't really all that secluded, right? I mean, the only reason why we took so long to get here is because we fell down a lot. I mean, technically, it was just a straight walk from where we landed to its entrance, right? Unless he's talking about something that I still need to discover. Maybe he's talking about the inside of this thing. not how to get here. Oh, hello. What?
Whatever that was, it's gone.
Yeah, that was weird. Is something gonna happen when I turn around? Probably, right? Oh. Wait, what? No, we're just getting a meditation place? That's actually kind of strange. What? Maybe now we're gonna fight something in this room? Huh. Why does this take so long? Oh, it's it's probably because the game is saving that it takes so long, right? I guess. What is this? When performing precision of air kill briefly cylinders recovers a small amount of force. That's actually pretty good, probably. What else do we have? Groups of enemies, holding pole. The lightsaber throw, that requires 3 skill points, though. I mean, let's actually go with this. It seems very useful. Yeah. What the How can this game pull off such cool things? Oh, I was just about to say, right? Because I turned around, I expected the game to do what they did in the opening sequence. On Brachus, right? Was it Brachus? Braku? You know what I mean. Where they also have you walk through the train, right? And then you just turn around and suddenly you're in this Imperial tunnel thing. And, you know, those transitions were really, really, really cool. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a game use transitions as well as this does. Like, these are absolutely incredibly well done, right? And I credit where credit's due. These are absolutely phenomenal transitions. Which, you know, yeah, it kind of comes back to how is this game able to pull off these moments? Arguably, well, it's not really doing it quite that often, right? I mean, it's basically the 3rd time this has happened. But still, right, this is absolutely incredible. And yet, we're sort of, I don't know, I mean, oh, I wish I could look at that holocron thing. So I guess this is our room back in the Jedi Temple or something? How many of these training droids did we have? Holy fuck. Kind of looks a little bit too much like a prison cell though, right? I mean, imagine a kid living in a space like this. I mean, I guess they get out often. I mean, it's not like you're trapped in here, but it's still somewhat of a depressing place, I would say, honestly. Wait, why does this all look Imperial, though? Wait, are some of Cal's memories mixing together here, or are they suggesting that some of the Jedi structures also had this Imperial look to them? I don't think so. This might be...
Hey, Cal.
Are his memories mixing together or something?
Yeah, Anytime.
Sounds good. On your way to training?
Always.
All right then. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Better get a move on, Cal. Jaro isn't a patient one.
But yeah, this is really, really strange. Why does this look so Imperial, but there are clone troopers here? Because this is a Star Destroyer, right? Maybe?
I heard we're getting new orders soon. Finally. I'm ready to be gone from this dump.
Oh, that was weird. I was turning to the left, but Cal ran to the right for some reason.
We're leaving Braca?
Possibly. Don't get his hopes up with secondhand gossip.
It's okay. I believe it once Master DePaul says so.
Speaking of your master...
Oh yeah, I better go.
Wait, we're on Braca? What? Yeah, I don't think this actually happened this way. Seems like a twisted memory of his or something.
Master DePaul's called me for training.
You got this, kid.
Master DePaul?
Padawan, it's time for instruction.
Yes, Master?
Reach our position. Do not keep me waiting.
Oh, that was an awkward transition. Like, it transitioned from the cutscene to him just sort of awkwardly standing there. So this isn't in the Jedi Temple, then? I guess the look was kind of weird, but...
Good. Do not keep me waiting. Buckle up, Cal.
Wait, what am I... Oh, that was weird. Did you see that? I didn't land on the platform properly. Oh, am I...
Good effort. Remember, we make our own luck.
Oh, the walls... now I see what I did wrong. I'm supposed to go here. I didn't realize. That's a bit strange.
You're almost there.
Oh. That's fun. Yeah, well... once again, the game made me double jump, even though I didn't want to use the double jump at that point. Oh yeah, I double jumped again. I see what I'm doing wrong. You're not supposed to press X when you're approaching a wall like this. He will auto... He will auto run on the wall, right? Yeah. And now I can use the double jump, okay.
Whoa! Cheap shot, Commander.
Focus. Were you concentrating, you would have anticipated this distraction. Better, Padawan. Join me.
Anticipated we did anticipate it though. What? Didn't I? Huh? Didn't I actually counter all his shots?
We will begin with physical preparation. First, though, we have orders. Braca is secure. We move out from Maikito shortly.
Yes!
We must...
Asher, are you okay?
Something is...
Holy fuck.
What's happening? Why did the commander just...
Padawan, something terrible is happening. The clones have betrayed us. Remember.
Yes, Master. What about you?
I will create a distraction and meet you. If I am not there when you arrive, depart without me. I will find you on Braca. Do you understand?
Yes, Master.
They're coming. I will seal the blast doors, but if any cross your path, do not hesitate.
All right, sorry. I need. This was a really, really cool sequence. Okay, that also that definitely explains how he ended up on Braca. I was gonna say why they're not fleeing together, and well, yeah, it's a bit weird. I guess his master wanted to create a distraction because he then saw that his Padawan would have a better chance of escaping. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense though, because apparently now we're also encountering clone troopers, which is a little bit weird. Something else I was going to say is, how did so many Jedi get killed by Order 66 anyways? Right? I mean, when you see like how little effort he had to put into killing that clone, then you're sort of going, well, yeah, how did anybody die to this, right? I mean, I would get Padawan maybe dying to it, but actual Jedi, how were they surprised by this? Or rather, I mean, they were maybe that's what was it? I don't know.
There he is. Shoot to kill.
No, stop!
That's kind of fucked up though, right? That we're now playing a kid fighting against these guys? I still don't understand where the fuck we even are. Why does this look like an Imperial structure before the Empire even existed? I just realized, by the way, the music that's playing in the background is the same one that played in Episode 3 during Order 66.
On the move. We're gonna need backup.
That's actually pretty... like, that music's getting to me, not gonna lie.
Need to pull that to get through.
A pull? What? Seriously? That's how we're destroying it?
This doesn't make any sense. What's going on?
Do we have eyes on the Jedi? No sign of the little one. Search everywhere. You can't have gone far.
Oh, they're below me. I was gonna say, who's actually talking? Wait.
Hands off again. Wait. What's that noise? Hold this room. I'll search the area.
That was kind of weird. I thought he was just gonna duck below it, but okay. Can I... Oh, didn't even need the double jump.
Reporting casualties. Apollo's taken out multiple squads. Shoot on sight. Copy that.
I understand. What changed?
What was that? Someone's in the maintenance halls.
I think I'm near the turbo lift. Not much further after that.
Oh, what was that? What is happening? What the fuck? Why is everything... Are there multiple Jedi here? Why is everything getting destroyed? What the fuck? Are they trying to destroy this facility?
I have eyes on the small Padawan. He's in the turbo lift.
I've got this. Just need to keep moving.
Take him out. Let me go after them.
What?
your lightsaber!
I'm sorry, Master.
Keep climbing. I'll meet you up ahead.
Oh, oopsie. Pressed X too fast. Yeah, it's so incredibly awkward that sometimes the game auto climbs, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, just strange. What is going on that everything is getting destroyed? Wait, now we're moving down again though. Oh, that's cool. Man, that's really, really awesome.
Right, just ahead. You must activate it if we're to escape.
Yes, Master.
How did Japal not get out of this though?
Direction hole is on the other side of that door? Yeah, but he won't be getting through. It's taken far too long to cut through these doors with that lightsaber. We'll just wait here until he's surrounded, then move in for the kill. What's that sound? Get ready!
Where's that one?
Move, Padawan. We have to leave now.
I guess Tapal was also just a pretty badass Jedi in general. I'm still slightly taken aback by the fact that this all looks like Imperial ships and everything. Huh. I was slightly confused why there was one clone trooper, like, right behind Tapal. Why was he not shooting him exactly? That looked strange, but okay. Hello.
The door controls!
Oh, the music.
Cal, hurry!
Such a cool sequence, to be honest. I really, really...
Padawan. It is time for instruction.
What? I guess we have to face our fears or something? Man, that was...
Let me die, Padawan.
Oh, okay. We have... I think we're facing our inner... So Cal is still... Yeah, let me pause here because this is awkward as fuck. I guess Cal... Oh, man, that sequence was so cool. Fuck. Why? Like... That was Star Wars, right? That was just, like, badass as fuck while at the same time being sad. Well, also just so cool. It doesn't really make any sense why the inside of that ship looked like the Death Star, but, okay. I guess I can overlook that, because I think those ships looked very, very different during Episode 3, and I don't really understand why they made it look like the Death Star from the inside, and so Imperial. That was a bit weird, but never mind that. That sequence was really, really well done, and really, really cool, and also kind of fucked up that they actually, like, make you play as a kid that gets shot at. Holy shit. And then, yeah, I mean, think about that, right? He was just a kid. I mean, yeah, he's a Jedi or Padawan, but still, he was basically, he had his dead master next to him in the escape pod while he was escaping, which is, yeah, holy fuck, right? And also, I like how they tie in. I was actually wondering about why your lightsaber looked destroyed on one end. Well, now that makes sense because it literally got destroyed, or at least half of it got destroyed during that scene, right? Which makes me wish even more that the whole lightsaber customization wouldn't be part of this, right? Because clearly the lightsaber, like, that's an inheritance from his master, and there is even a story reason for why it's not a double-bladed lightsaber anymore, and they could have done so much more with that. Man, it's really, really unfortunate that they didn't. I know I said it multiple times already. This game would have been absolutely incredible as like a 10 to 12 hour Uncharted style Star Wars game. You know, cut out the entire sort of Dark Souls-like stuff. You know, cut that out completely. Just make it one linear Star Wars game that has a really, really cool story, really cool characters, and it's just a really cool experience, right? Rather than awkwardly forcing. I mean, the whole Dark Souls part isn't even that bad. Like, it's actually on multiple levels they've copied Star Wars. They've copied Dark Souls fairly well, actually, right? Or not even Dark Souls, but like the FromSoft style, I guess. But it just feels so out of place, right? Which is just such a, I don't know. I've played a lot of games, right, that tried to be something else and ultimately completely failed at that. This game actually succeeds, yet it also creates its own problems through that, right? That's such a... Man, this game, it actually makes me sad what they have here, right? Because this is it's an amalgamation of things that work actually really, really well, and you can clearly see what kind of inspirations they took and how they tried to put it together, but the end result just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't work. And like as a whole experience, right? Because one thing is detracting from the other. Way too much, right? And I wish this game would have been more sequences like that, right? More actual story sequences, right? Just be a cool experience, right? I don't know. Anyway, though, I have to admit, as bad as some parts of this game are, or as many problems as it has, that was still really, really well done. It would have hit way, way harder had his master actually had some proper character development and stuff, right, through cutscenes and all that. Do I just have to wait for you to attack now, or?
Fear rules you, as always.
You know, I'm not afraid of you, I just... Oh, he's actually not attacking us?
Your fear cost me my life.
I think this environment is trying to make us angry.
Weak blow.
Here we can't use our force powers? Yeah, I think whatever's happening here, the influence of the dark side of the force is trying to make Cal angry towards his master.
Will is weak. You lack discipline. Yes. My blood is on your hands, apprentice. You are a failure, a weakling, a traitor. You are no Jedi! No!
Oh. Wait, what? Did we just destroy our own lightsaber? Order 66. Cal carries trauma from the horrifying experience of Order 66 when he and his master Jar Tapal were attacked by their own troops. With Tapal's help, Cal escaped, but his master was killed. In his dying moment, Tapal gave Cal his lightsaber and these words of advice: trust only in the Force.
Nothing. It's broken. The crystal shattered. Useless.
Holy fuck, I did not expect that that would happen. We crushed our own crystal in the lightsaber? I wonder if we'll get a boss fight against the Night Sister where we only have to kill her using Force powers?
BD? Thanks. Let's just get out of here. I can't explain BD. Not sure I even understand.
Yeah, somehow this place, I mean, it tested us as well, I think. It's not, that's the cool thing, right? That unfortunately the game, I feel like, didn't really explore enough up until this point, is that the Zepho used the Force in a very different way and probably didn't necessarily differentiate between dark and light. And, you know, this place is what the Jedi would refer to as a place that's shrouded by the dark side of the Force, I guess. But it can also confront you with your own fears and make you stronger through that, and potentially actually make you realize your problems, right? I mean, that's actually a fundamentally really, really cool way of thinking about it. So the dark side forces you to basically engage with your problems a lot more, right? And makes you face your own shortcomings and your own doubts and fears a lot more, right? And I think, well, ultimately, why the reason why the Jedi are avoiding this is because they know that it can lead to a lot of problems, right? People who are not able to face their fears, people who are not able to get out of this and have a stronger mind and a stronger character, but rather put that strength into their Force, basically. They're getting physically stronger maybe through this, but not mentally stronger, right? And I guess that's why a lot of Jedi would avoid this kind of place. But it can obviously be good to address these mental problems, right? Ooh, well, this was definitely a really, really cool scene.
He's not go as planned. I can't say I didn't warn you.
Leave me alone.
Leave you? Alone? Lost? And defenseless in this dangerous place? Never.
Okay, enough of this. Who are you really?
What?
Taron Malikos. Former Jedi. Like yourself. We have much in common.
I doubt that.
Oh? We both survived the Purge. My troops betrayed me. I was forced to strike them down, and I escaped to this desolate place. To the darkness here. It almost took me.
Almost? You sure about that?
But I conquered it.
You're the one the Night Brothers follow.
Yes. Well, these savages only respect strength. And as we both know, the Force is a most powerful ally.
No, you used the Force to seize power. That's everything the Jedi stood against.
These are dark times. They will consume us if we do not stand with each other.
I don't need your help.
That broken lightsaber tells a different tale. You saw something in there, didn't you? Something terrible. There are many such places here in Dathomir. Join my family, and I can teach you how to control its power.
Join my family, and I will teach you to control the power. Familiar words, Malicos.
Sister Merrin, you overstep your bounds.
For years, you said the Jedi orchestrated the massacre that killed my sisters. Yet here one stands, and you seek only to bring him into your family.
You were told to deal with it. Clearly you lack the power, little witch.
Power. You are mad, Malicos. Dathomir has unmade you, and my misplaced loyalty has allowed you to lead the Night Brothers astray. Unlike the Jedi, the Night Sisters of Dathomir do not turn on their kind. Our bond is eternal.
Your sisters are dead!
Yes. Their graves are all around you.
Time to go.
Oh, what the fuck?
Foolish girl! This power is beyond your control!
You both shall learn. When you face one Night Sister of Dathomir, you face us all!
Run.
Okay, but yeah, whatever. Why are the transitions sometimes so awkward? Those scenes would have been insanely awesome had we actually met these guys before. What?
Seer, tell Grace to get the Mantis running.
What's happening?
The Night Sister. She raised the dead. You're after me.
Whoa. And you're leading them here? Captain, prepare for takeoff.
Alright, we can run this way. I was gonna say, wasn't there like a shortcut here? It is a bit weird though, right? I mean, technically these things aren't even that difficult. But there was one standing right inside.
Get us out
whatever.
of here.
What'd you do, kid? I got dead witches crawling all over my ship.
Just go.
I mean, they're gonna fall off anyways, so...
What happened? Did you find the tomb? Your master's lightsaber.
My
saw him. Master T'Pol, I saw the day he died. I saw what I did. Now it's destroyed. I couldn't save him.
Cal, you were only a child.
No, I know I could have helped him if I'd been stronger and braver, if I would have listened to him. I could have helped him. I know it.
Cal, it's time I told you everything that happened to me when I escaped the Empire.
Yeah, you probably should have done that before this. But okay.
They brought Shirley in the room. And when I saw her eyes, they showed me what I had caused. She was an Inquisitor. And something in me gave. And I lost all control. And I tapped into the dark side. And I killed them all. Every last one of them. Except for her. And for years, I couldn't forgive myself. I was a wreck. Because I had all this rage. And I tried pushing it down, but there was no hiding from myself. And all I wanted to do was die. But then I learned about the Holocron. A spark of hope that there could be a future. That we could move on. Get up. I can't change what I did no more than you can change what happened to your master. It's in the past. But Cal, you have to make a choice to move on.
How?
You're gonna start with this. You are going to build a new one.
Elum. The hell is that? So there is another planet then, okay?
Cal, you will be tested.
Yeah. But I'm ready.
I don't mean just here. Every Jedi faces the dark side. And it's very easy to fail.
You're still struggling with the dark side. Even after cutting yourself off from the Force.
We will always struggle. But that is the test. It's the choice to keep fighting that makes us who we are.
I guess it's about time I find out who I am.
And they bring in the actual Star Wars music, right? That is so cool. I have absolutely no idea why we're on this planet now, but okay. Okay.
It's been a long time since I've been here. As you know, many Jedi have come to Ilum to find their Kyber crystal.
Oh, that's why we're here.
Master Yoda guided us to the entrance, but after that, we were on our own. Not something I wasn't accustomed to, but that didn't make it any less challenging.
I was trained by following strict protocols. Prepared for everything. Or so I thought.
Maybe that was the lesson, Cal. You can't know everything. You can only trust that you are able to handle whatever you face.
Why wasn't it part of the cutscene to explain where we're actually going? Okay.
Anything could happen here. But I'm ready.
I know you are, Cal. But also know that no matter what happens, good or bad, there will always be another challenge to overcome.
Is that supposed to uplift me?
It's supposed to remind you that you're doing everything you can, and that failure is not your fault, only giving up. May the Force be with you, Cal.
To be honest, I really, really enjoyed this part of the game. Everything that happened after we got to that grave, like the whole sequence with T'Pol and everything, that was really, really well done.
A lightsaber? Here? I don't get it. I don't know how you're gonna do it, kid, but if there's one thing I've learned about you, it's that you always seem to get the job done.
That's so?
Well, I'd say that I'd bet my life on it, but I already have. A lot.
You're not the best gambler, Kreese.
Sure, that's true. But I still believe in what I bet, and I'm letting it ride with you, Cal.
Thanks. I'll try to get you a win. This is an important place for Jedi.
Worried or something?
I shouldn't be.
Listen, I've been in your shoes before many times.
Really?
Well, no. Not saving the galaxy, but getting knocked down 1 or 20 times. It ain't easy to get back up, and you're doing it, Cal. Keep it up.
Been outside?
No. What, are you kidding me? Lateros don't do well in the cold.
I haven't heard that before.
Okay, I don't do well in the cold. Is that what you wanted to hear? You got it out of me. That's why I could never be a Jedi.
Right. That's why.
Don't you have a lightsaber to get or something? Hurry up. We've got a galaxy to save.
It was kind of a low blow to say you're never going to be a Jedi. Because that's not really up to you, right? Anyways, yeah, I really enjoyed those sequences. The problem is that it really makes you wonder why the story is so all over the place. I mean, okay, so I get that, for example, but I said that on Kashyyyk as well. I feel like the Ninth Sister shouldn't have been part of this at all, right? Just cut her out of the story, replace those parts with Trilla being there, right? We definitely needed way, way more interaction with Trilla as well. But also, this Night Sister was really, really cool. I really like her design. I'm not the biggest fan of the zombies because they seem way too much like standard zombies for some reason, instead of making them more Star Wars themed, I guess. But also this Wanderer guy, right? The problem is that scene fell completely flat because we didn't know him before. He just appeared out of nowhere, and then suddenly, he was there and something like that. He should have been, well, I don't know. He should have definitely been a recurring character at this point. I don't know how you would do that with how the game works. I feel like it might have also been better for the game to not take place on so many different planets, potentially. Yeah, I'm really struggling. So the story is kind of all over the place, right? Saw Gerrera, for example, should also be just cut out. Kashyyyk in general, I don't necessarily, like, when I say just cut that out of the game, I don't mean that I think that the sections on Kashyyyk, for example, are badly designed. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of jank to this game in general, but if we ignore that for a second, right? The idea of having Kashyyyk in the game, having the Wookiees in the game, actually seeing those factories and what the Empire is doing there. Also, that scene with the 8080 was pretty cool. And then climbing up the tree, seeing that bird and everything, right? All of that was actually pretty cool, I would say. From like an idea standpoint, right? The execution was pretty lacking, but that's another deal entirely. Having said that, though, for the story, that whole section doesn't really do much. Yeah, I think they should have cut that planet out completely. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure why that's a thing. Same goes for these Zepho tombs and everything. I kind of appreciate what they were trying to do with the tomb sort of being your way back to your abilities, right? So, you know, I mean, that's one of the sort of themes of the game, is that Cal had this fundamental experience, I guess, when his master died, right? And the way they've done that, right, where we see scenes with his master and how he was training us and training our different force powers and getting flashbacks of those force powers and then relearning them, I think from an, like, again, that is pretty cool in a way. I do think that it takes way too long for you to actually get those powers back. I think that should be sort of all in the first act of the game. I'm saying that while not really knowing how long the game is, but yeah, I think that should have been way earlier, right? Getting your force powers back. And I also think that the scenes with T'Pol should have continued. I think that it would have been great to have maybe some interaction between Cal and T'Pol after the training sessions or something, right? Just include like casual scenes with them, maybe, you know, going to the canteen of the ship they were in after the training or something, and just, you know, the game's really lacking in character development, and I feel like part of that is due to them trying to include way too much, right? I mean, it's great that we get Sia and that we get Trilla and Grease, and I don't want them to be cut out of the game, but I also think that the game is just trying to do too much. Again, that's why I'm saying the Ninth Sister shouldn't be a thing, Saw Gerrera shouldn't be a thing, and the I think it would have been cool if the Night Sisters had something to... I mean, maybe that's a thing that will still come up. I don't necessarily think so, but especially with the Trilla now being called the Second Sister, I think it would have been a cool plotline if these Night Sisters would have already been sort of a constant companion. I think it would have been kind of cool to maybe build up the Night Sisters as sort of the follow-up culture to the Zepho, right? Because I also feel like the Zepho in general are very under-characterized. I do think that they're kind of cool as this ancient civilization that we're trying to get behind, right? But again, also Master Cordova, I think, is... I mean, that he is... The fact that he is Seer's master, that does work to a degree, but that as well. I think having Cordova as this hologram companion almost, or the one that's explaining the Zepho culture to us, that also wasn't entirely necessary. I think it would have been fine if Seer had just mentioned him a couple of times, right? I don't think he necessarily needs to be there. He can be there. The basic problem is, right, that if you try to sort of create a timeline of the game and you're sort of plotting how much of the game is story, how much of the game is character development, cutscenes, and how much of the game is just pure gameplay and circling back through levels, exploration like that, right? I think that a vast part of the game, or at least way too much, is this exploration part, right? Where instead it should have been character development, cutscenes and stuff. Now, I'm not advocating for a game having more cutscenes, right? Taking the control away from the player more. But like, it feels like the sort of the level structure that they implemented in this game needed at least 4 times the amount of story, attached to it. And I don't necessarily think that all of that needed to be through cutscenes, right? I mean, that's why the Naughty Dog games work so brilliantly, as I already mentioned in the past as well, right? Because they constantly let you walk around with a companion, right? So you have this constant character development, this constant back and forth between characters, which really, really elevates the gameplay sections of the game, right? Because you're actually playing through them together with another character, which is also something that I appreciated yesterday a lot when I saw what kind of cool interactions that you can have in Divinity Original Sin, because you're starting out with two characters, right, instead of one, which I think in that case as well, it just works very well. Now, Divinity Original Sin, I feel like, but, you know, I've only played 8 hours of that game so far, so maybe we can talk about that a little bit more during those streams, but Jedi Fallen Order needed major restructuring, I feel like. They do so much right? But how it comes together at the end just doesn't really work, right? It just... When they set out to make this game, they definitely needed way more direction in terms of where they were going, and it also feels like they sort of just went with it, right? I think a lot of the game, or a lot of the issues that the game seems to have, and possibly also the time why they ran out of development time, is because instead of fundamentally thinking about, wait, what are we trying to do here, right? What kind of game are we developing, and what kind of story do we want to tell? Instead of actually thinking about that, right? Just sitting down, I think this game would have massively profited if they had just sat down for maybe a week or two before the development started in like a smaller team and fundamentally thought about, well, what are we trying to do? What is the story going to be? What kind of story are we trying to tell? And then setting boundaries that make it very, very clear, okay, what can we tell? What kind of story can we tell with the time and budget that we have? And what kind of game can we create with the time and budget that we have? And I think the problem here is that it feels like this game set its goals way too high, right? Not a little bit too high, way too high. And honestly, and that's what, when I was talking about that earlier, when I said, you know, actually makes me kind of sad seeing this game in this state, is because I feel like it's actually really, really impressive what they were able to pull off here in the grand scheme of things. But it also makes you really sad because nothing of that matters in the end, right? A lot of what they did here doesn't really matter because they're so far away from their actual goal, right? And, you know, setting your... or setting the boundaries of the game better and actually, you know, going over it and really sort of in your mind fleshing out what you're trying to do way more before actually starting development would have probably gone a long way in making this game better. Because, as I said, these sections are really cool, but they're also lacking a lot. That Wanderer should have been a character that should have been a major reveal, right? That should have been something that already was a constant companion throughout the entire game, right? That guy should have been there the entire time. Now he's just some rando that I don't really know what to do with. And the fact that he wants to recruit us as well, like, nothing of that really touches you in any sort of emotional way because he's just this random guy you just met, right? And yeah, he is somewhat threatening, but at the same time, that doesn't really do much if you don't know him, right? And the Night Sisters as well, as I said, she's actually that's a really, really awesome design, right? And putting these sort of magical zombies into the game, while I wish that they would have been done a little bit differently in terms of how they work gameplay wise, it's still kind of a cool, like, that type of magic in the Star Wars universe is still kind of a cool angle. And again, I think it would have worked way, way better if instead of having Kashyyyk and the Wookiees and everything in the game, just focus on this, right? Focus on, well, there can be sort of a B plot going on with Sia and Trilla, right? And sort of her backstory. And that sort of facilitates our story, right? So our story is the struggle of Cal coming to terms with the fact that he just can't control everything. He can't, like, he's not responsible for his master's death because he was still a Padawan, right? There are going to be things that you can't control, even if you're really, really a really good Force user, right? And that's actually a really compelling story. And again, a couple of the scenes actually work quite well in conjunction with that. And then that could have sort of tied into the whole Zepho / Night Sisters plot. Again, I think making the Night Sisters a sort of a follow-up civilization to the Zepho could have worked quite well, and making them capable to use the dark side in a completely different way to the Jedi would have also been really, really cool. And then tying, that scene that we saw, and then fighting against T'Pol as well, destroying a lightsaber, all of that was really, really awesome. I thought that was a really cool idea, but, with the Night Sisters just being this random thing on Dathomir, the Wanderer being this random person we hadn't met before, what am I supposed to make of that, right? It really detracts from what have otherwise been a really compelling sort of story beat. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, there clearly is something good within this game, but it just doesn't work as a connected whole. Right? There, like, individual scenes like that, especially the sequence of us escaping that ship and the clone troopers attacking and everything, that was actually kind of powerful, right? And then, obviously putting in actual, like, John Williams Star Wars music, elevates that as well. But yeah, there was a lot of good there, but unfortunately, the way it all comes together in the end result, right, the end game here, it just all feels so disconnected, right, is probably the biggest factor. Again, and that's even with completely ignoring all the bugs and jank that the game has. Even if you take all of that out of the equation, the end result is still very dissatisfactory because, is that a word? Because, it just fundamentally misses its mark, right? There is no real point to having exploration in the game because there is no reason for it, right? It's just sort of, okay, sure, I guess there's exploration, but what's the point behind that, right? What is the reason for having exploration? There isn't any. That's a big problem, and yeah, a lot of the rest of the game sort of falls, right? There is no point to having Saw Gerrera in this game. There is no point to having the Wookiees in this game. There is no point to having the Ninth Sister in this game, right? All of that just doesn't really work in the end, even though the individual bits and pieces may even be good ideas and or fairly well implemented, right? Parts of that, as buggy as the game is, parts of it still work really well. But yeah, it's just, it's all such a mess, right? Oh man, that's really, and also, clearly this game also does, it has some really, really good animations in most of the cutscenes, right? Sometimes it has these really janky transitions between cutscenes, but while the cutscene's playing, everything looks really, really well done. I even said that at some point, like a character like Grease looks better than some of the alien characters, for example, in the new Disney trilogy, right? Man, that's really... I don't know what to make of this game, man. I don't even know, how do you approach something like this when it's so fundamentally... I don't even want to say unfinished, because it's more like... I don't know. It's really, it's such a strange case, and one that I have never really seen in this way, right? Because I don't know. It's just, it's really strange. So you know what? I think this is going to be it for today. I was planning on streaming like a little bit more, but it's a good stopping point, right? I guess we can explore the next planet next time. Let's see. We're on an ice planet now. Do we have something that would fit well with that? This actually looks kind of neat. I wish we had something else than ponchos. I guess that's Cal's style, but... Maybe go with the plain dock one. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that. Okay. I just... Oh, I need to save again, right? If I want to keep this. Let me return to the main menu here. Yeah, this game is... It's also really unfortunate because if they're doing a second part... Well, I mean, it depends, right? If in that case they're actually focusing on the writing, right? And they're actually trying to come up with the proper story before they start developing the game, then maybe there is actually potential here, because this game leaves so much just out in the open, right? Where, for example, we don't know where the Wanderer came from. I mean, it was kind of hinted at, but still, right? Night Sisters as well, all the other sisters, the Inquisitors from the Empire. There's a lot that they could elaborate on in a part 2, right? So if you do that right, you can actually, like, you could, I think, retroactively lift up the story of this game if you were to properly write the story for part 2, right? I don't know whether or not they're going to do that, though. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that they're just going to do something completely different and ignore everything that they set up here, but I don't know, we can hope, I guess, right? Yeah, Man, I really like that scene with T'Pol and everything. It's so sad to see. I just... It's really hard to put into words, honestly. Because I've never seen a game that I wanted, like, so... Because usually, usually it's the games where you kind of go, well, I don't really care about them anyways, right? So, well, Are there any example? That's the thing, right? There isn't even really any other example compared to this game. Because, for example, Cyberpunk, right? Cyberpunk is just fundamentally bad. A lot of Cyberpunk feels like 20% of the game, if at all, right? It honestly feels as if they didn't even properly start development yet. So it was very, very disappointing that way, obviously, right? But well, I guess it's just more sort of my feelings towards this game in particular. It's just that I didn't really expect all that much from it to begin with, right? Since it's an EA title, and I kind of honestly expected this game to just have like a very cheap story and, you know, be maybe a little bit of an Uncharted clone with a little bit of FromSoft cloned gameplay in it. But ultimately, I think that they did a lot. Like it feels like the developers actually cared, right? It feels like they actually did a lot that they didn't have to, but at the same time, just sort of they set their own goals way too high for the time that they had for this game, right? Way too high. And it's sad to see because it could have been avoided with better direction, right? If whoever directed this game or whoever was responsible ultimately for like making decisions in terms of starting development and stuff, I think had they just given themselves like a week or a little bit more maybe to fundamentally think about what they want to do with this game, then, you know, it probably could have been a lot better. So, yeah. It's a strange case of a game. It really, really is. And I'm struggling to even compare it to any other one because it's so strange, right? Oh well. Maybe we can have another discussion about all of this when I'm finished with the game. I actually wonder how much there is left still, because now that we're forging a new lightsaber, might actually be that we're only about maybe 2/3 through the game, maybe not even that, which is interesting. I didn't expect this game to be this long as well, though it's partly due to the kind of pointless exploration parts. But yeah. Also, now we know why we have this background in the main menu. This is actually the Cal escape sequence, right? After T'Pol blew up the ship. Which also now makes sense. So T'Pol was the one who blew it up. I was slightly confused as why is the ship exploding, right? But yeah, that was T'Pol's doing, I guess. Still weird to me that it looks like an Imperial ship from the inside. I mean, honestly, in a way, this game actually does a better job at well, the game doesn't explain it at all, but the little bit of a weird part in episode 3 is sort of seeing the transition from the Republic to the Empire, right? Obviously, they're also kind of skipping some time there at the very end, right, when they show the scene with the Emperor and Darth Vader, when they look out and see the beginning construction on the Death Star, and they're in something that looks much more like a Star Destroyer. I wish that I don't know. I wish that would have been something that George Lucas sort of, I don't know, that he had taken into account more, because the ships of the clone troopers, right, throughout the prequels, they look very, very different from what the Empire has. But they clearly, I mean, they looked like they inspired the Star Destroyers later on, right? Star Destroyers are also, like, I think, bigger than the ships from the Clone Troopers and everything. And that's why it's a bit weird here to see sort of Star Destroyer infrastructure in a Clone Trooper ship. I don't know. There's definitely something, but that's nothing against this game. That is something that fundamentally in Star Wars is kind of a problem. The massive shift from the look of the prequels to the look of the original trilogy, right? That's something that is very, very hard to connect with the time frame between those two trilogies, right? It just, yeah. There's definitely a very difficult disconnect there between the two trilogies, but that's, again, those two trilogies that are at fault for that, not this game. I was just kind of, yeah, I'm a little bit confused why they decided to go, because they didn't have to make it look so much like a Star Destroyer or the Death Star, right? They could have, like, taken some of the same sort of infrastructure look and put their own spin on it a little bit. I don't fully understand why they went so much sort of the Empire look. I don't know. Maybe those scenes were supposed to take place somewhere else. That could also be the case, right? I mean, maybe they had to retroactively fit it into a clone trooper ship or something. I don't really know. Difficult thing to answer, obviously. Which actually brings me to, is there like a no-clip documentary on this game or something? I don't think so, right? I really, really would be interested in seeing a lot more insight into the development of the game, but unfortunately I don't think that EA would be open to that idea, right? Because I feel like this game could make an exceptional sort of subject to look at for what can go wrong in game development, even if you have all the right intentions, right? Because even though this is an EA game, I feel like the developers seem to really, really have their heart at the right place, right? I mean, this game isn't designed with cheap microtransactions or anything like that. It might have been, they might have left that open, with all the lightsaber customization. Maybe they thought about that at some point, but ultimately it didn't happen. And I think a lot of the other stuff as well, the fact that they did go for this kind of FromSoft emulation instead of a much easier game, all of that, right? Those are some really bold decisions, honestly. And all of that under a publisher that doesn't even like single-player games, right? So I would really, really like to see these developers and see them talk about, the struggles that they faced setting this game up and wanting it to be something really, really cool, but ultimately it ended up being, in this kind of broken state as well because they ran out of time and everything. I would be incredibly interested in seeing a proper documentary done about that. I mean, maybe there is one out there. I don't think so, though. I'm going to look that up. But yeah, I wish that we had more insight on that and them actually being honest about that and really talking about it. That would be incredible because I feel like there are a lot of lessons to be learned here for not only what not to do, but also to make a project like this succeed in a better way, right? Because I think, well, fundamentally at the end of the day, right, the problem's going to be that even if they're like, I feel like I don't know, obviously, but having played a large part of this game now, I honestly feel like the reason for why a part 2 is even in development or is even thought about is probably because this game might have gotten some sort of fan base, right? Again, I don't really know, right? I never looked at this game's Reddit or anything. I don't know if there's a fan base that is still playing this for some reason, or like a big speedrunning scene. I have absolutely no idea about those kinds of aspects of the game. But actually, honestly, I think it would actually be pretty fun speedrunning this game, right? I mean, I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not really all that interested in doing that myself, but I have a huge respect for the people that are doing it. And I always like watching it because it's just so cool to see in what kind of ways games can be broken as well, right? I like these sort of bugs and how speedrunners are able to really look at them, like they're really analyzing that stuff, right? They're not only saying, oh, this is a bug, but they're like trying to fundamentally understand why those bugs are happening, because if you know why they're happening, you can exploit them in sort of the most optimal way, right? So I think that I have, again, no idea whether or not this game is subject for speedrunners, but with all the weird glitches and stuff, there's probably a lot that you can find here, right? And a lot that might be interesting for a speedrun. Yeah. It's the problem is going to be that, yeah, so the sequel might be due to that, right? It might just be that people basically begged so long to get a sequel to this that they finally decided, oh, well, we're going to give it to them, right? Even though the publisher, EA, probably doesn't really want to finance a project like that. Like, I just can't look at EA and think, oh, yeah, they're just going to greenlight a project like a sequel to this, without any strings attached. I think they're probably, not really fond of the idea. Which is ultimately the big question, right? And why I want to have like some sort of really, really good inside documentary on this is because there must have been a huge disconnect between the executives at EA and what Respawn tried to do with this game and what they tried, what they wanted this to be. And then also, didn't this release alongside the new trilogy? Didn't this release alongside like episode 8 or something? I think that's also probably a major factor in why this game is lacking proper testing, because they had to push it out alongside one of the Disney movies, which is yet another aspect, right? Where Disney probably just went, some idiot at Disney probably went, oh yeah, we don't care about what game you're making. We don't care about what the contents are. They probably don't. Whoever decided at Disney that they were going to make a game and it has to release alongside the movie, they probably have never played a game in their life. They have absolutely no idea what Dark Souls is or any of the games that I've compared this one to, right? But they wanted to have something out with the movie, right? And I just imagine this sort of line of command, right? You have executives at Disney that have probably never played a video game in their life talking to executives at EA that have absolutely no fucking idea what a good video game is, right? And also just care about the money. And then those guys have to talk to Respawn, right? And somehow get a game out alongside a movie, even though the game has absolutely nothing to do with said movie, in a certain time frame, but also Respawn having their own sort of aspirations and goals for what they want this game to be, and looking at other games and taking inspiration from FromSoft, taking inspiration from Naughty Dog, right? And trying to craft this really, really cool sort of mix between them, and ultimately, sort of failing in a lot of ways, but still having a really great foundation. That is absolutely incredibly fascinating to me. And that must have been an absolute nightmare. Because I imagine that, in terms of the timeline, for example, EA executives maybe would have even granted them more time, but Disney wouldn't. And then EA was sort of in this awkward position, right? Where they probably, maybe they even wanted to give this a chance and maybe even said, yeah, we're going to try again. Maybe people do want single player games. We don't know, right? Because we're idiots. But then also being in a very tight time constraint, and maybe executives at EA even had the sort of foresight or the knowledge that, oh yeah, a game like this, there can be multiple delays, right? You can't, like, that's something that just fundamentally is tied to video game development. But Disney executives having absolutely no fucking clue about it, also not caring about it at all, right? I mean, they probably looked at this game and said, oh yeah, I have no idea what the budget of this was, right? But I'd imagine that, let's just say 80 million or something, right? And Disney probably went, oh yeah, that's 80 million that we're investing there, and we can expect, I don't know, maybe 300 million as sort of return of investment or something. And they just didn't care about it at all, right? For them, it was probably peanuts that they just didn't care about. For them, this game probably was, I don't know, just another toy, right? Like a Princess Leia action figure that was released alongside Rogue One or something, right? And they just went, oh yeah, sure, just do something. Just do something, right? As long as it has the name Star Wars on it and people are buying it, we're fine with it. They probably don't even care about the money that they're making back from this, because they only care about the sort of brand recognition and whatever the fuck they might think, right? I would be incredibly interested to know, like, how all of that went down, but obviously, getting access to that and getting access to talk to the people that were ultimately responsible for the decisions, especially, right? Not necessarily even the developers, I'd imagine that's pretty much impossible, or you'd have to have, like, really, really good connections, maybe even, like, into Disney and Hollywood and all that crap to even get access. And yeah, that's probably a nightmare all in itself. Anyways, having said that, that's going to be it for today. This game is probably going to return to, I'm probably going to return to on Monday. There might be a bonus stream this Friday this week. I'm not really sure at this point. But yeah, let's just say Monday, right? I don't want to set any sort of expectations that I can't fulfill. So it's definitely going to return on Monday, maybe earlier, though I highly doubt it. Tomorrow's going to be more Divinity Original Sin. I was thinking of maybe doing a second stream today, but I'm not quite sure if I want to do a short Divinity stream, and now that they announced the Moogle Treasure Trove for Final Fantasy, maybe that would be a good point in getting back into that game. And also, I kind of delayed some IRL stuff this week, so maybe I should go back to that. Either way, I think that... yeah, those are my plans. So the things that are definitely happening is going to be Divinity Original Sin tomorrow, Divinity Original Sin on Sunday, and then on Monday I'm going to return to Jedi Fallen Order. And maybe there's going to be other stuff in between, but that's a very big maybe. Other than that, it's going to be it for the stream. I do really enjoy this game overall, though. I'm definitely very, very glad that I played it. And I think that's, at the end of the day, what counts, because it's such an interesting sort of insight into game development, and there's so many lessons to be learned here. It's just fascinating to me, to be completely honest. Yeah. Anyways, having said that, I hope you're having a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you back in the next one. Bye!